his own 2 feet. One step,
Male, man of range.
2 steps,
Newer than 2009.
3
Male,
steps,
man of range. That's
4
Elon,
steps.
not a top laner, not Vandal City. Immediately coming from. There's so many.
High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his
He's like
shoes with a
Barrett,
double knot.
Action.
High fives in the parking lot.
No, it couldn't be Braves. It could be Varus or Action. It could be a lot of mid-laners. It could be like Mouse or something. Let's try Varus because not bottom. Okay, but then newer than 2012. So it's gonna be a male. Put a male mid-laner. Who's a male mid laner other than Malzar?
He is in Founder's
Way.
Park. He does the loop.
Way.
He sees the art. The coffee's kicking in. He'll be up well past dark. But until then, it's high fives
Name
in
one
the
other than the
parking
two I
lot.
just said.
Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking
That are
lot.
range.
Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking
Azir
lot.
is amazing,
Ties his
but like
shoes with a
Brand's
double knot.
too old.
Ties his shoes with a double knot.
Azir's like
Ties his shoes with a double knot.
Victor's also too old.
Who else is a male? I'm just proving the fact that you.
What? But I was pre-eliminating people that are old.
Okay. I thought you said there's no male.
No. I was pre-eliminating ones that were older than 2012.
Silverfish.
They're not a mid laner.
Sitting on my sub dish. I don't.
They're not a mid laner. Okay, well, actually, it's Graves is a 2009. He's the top laners that are ranged. Gnar. I think that's the only. No, they're not a Yordle. Junglers, I can't think of one outside of. Wait, is Ivern ranged? He's ranged when he stands in a bush. But no, they have to be just ranged because it's green.
The champion is range.
Urgot? But when did Urgot come out? Three hours of sleep, that's too few sleep at Shure. It's gotta be top or jungle. I just can't think of any junglers, so I feel like it has to be a top laner. I genuinely don't know when Urgot came out. But Urgot... Urgot seems like a good... Not a top laner?! Oh, wait, there's supports, though.
He just remembered that support is a role!
I did. There's a lot of male supports. Milio is my first guess right away. Oh, that hits so many. Not Ixtal, older than 2023, though. Not human, not... Then Rakan. Wait. No, Rakan's ranged. Yeah, Rakan's ranged. Not a Vestayan. He is ranged! That's bullshit. Older than 2017.
I got this in 3.
Well, you're a cunt.
I got really lucky with my first guess.
Because you guessed Nami?
No.
You didn't guess Nami.
No, I stopped doing that because it gave you too many hints. So I started doing it by pure randomness of champion that appeared in my mind at the time, and it gave me a lot of answers.
Male support. Other than Milio and Rakan that are... Well, I still think Rakan is ranged, but that's bullshit. They're not Vestayan, not human magic board. What else is there? I'm actually... What's left for the identity? They're not Darkin, they're not human at all. They're not a Yordle. Void? Are there Void supports? No. Spirits? Thresh. It's Thresh. It's 100% Thresh.
My first guess was Hecarim, which...
Oh, man. That's... Fuck you. That's so good. That gave you everything except, like, support, ranged, and year. Everything. Yeah, fuck you. That's not fair. To be fair, if I started with a support, I would have gotten in 3. If I started with a support, I would have gotten in 3.
Sometimes I'm just better than you.
A boar's true shield is not its high, but its will. That's like 3 people tops. It's either like Sejuani or Udyr. But it could also be like a hunter. I could see Ivern saying that. But I feel like I'm hearing a female say this. Yeah, but Gabby said she did bad, and Gabby would have guessed Sejuani first. And she got the quote in 3. There's no way she didn't guess Sejuani first. I'm metagaming here, but Gabby got it in 3.
He needs every advantage he can get.
You know what? I guess we have to get Sejuani because it is the obvious one. But it's got to be Sejuani, Udyr. There's not very... Yeah, okay, it's not Sejuani, so Udyr. It's Udyr. I still beat you. Who did you guess other than those 2? The only other person I'd maybe long shot it would be like... But there's no board jungle camp.
I think I guessed Master Yi just because it sounded like something stupid and philosophical that Master Yi would say.
That doesn't make any sense.
This one got me. There's so many fucking claw abilities in this game.
Actually, there are. I would guess Swain, but I think his is an open hand. But I'm still gonna guess Swain because it's not Mordekaiser's. His is a claw that's like this raking forward, like out of the ground. Yeah, it's Swain.
Fucking dumpstered me on that one.
Who'd you guess?
Oh, all of the claw ones. I guess Nocturne. I guess Lysandra. I guessed fucking Hui. I guessed, what else did I...
Hway.
Hway has a claw.
But it's not actually a claw.
It looks like...
Never move. This is E, right? Yeah. Emoji.
The emoji cracks me the fuck
I've
up.
never seen this one. I have to guess singed right away. No.
No.
No. A collie. Right? She has a smoke screen she peers out of. A collie. Yup.
This isn't fair. You're using psychology to be like, what would Gabby have guessed?
No, I'm not. I actually just thought about it. I was like, singed isn't in his own smoke. Get dumpstered on 3-hour brain, Loki. A moo moo.
No, get the splash art. I got it in 2.
And 2. I feel like I recognize this skin. Is this a Shen skin? Yeah. Yeah. This is the Shen skin in TFT right now.
Okay.
I have no idea what the name of the skin is.
Neither did I.
Looks and dark and angel. I'm gonna go with Ashen Guardian because that's the most edgy sounding one. And I was right.
I am going out.
2.
Yeehaw. It's Bobby's birthday.
Oh my god, it's Bobby's birthday.
Or we're celebrating Bobby's birthday. His birthday might not be literally today.
Okay, I think overall I beat you. If we're just adding
Yeah.
salty. You're just salty.
Well, to be fair, I want to say I did a really good job on the first one. Guessing Hecarim.
No, that's crazy. That's also luck, though. That's also luck.
No, I'm telling you, it came to me in a dream. I was like, what am I feeling today? Hecarim.
It came to you in a dream. Go fuck yourself. And you're oh yeah, just go fuck yourself.
Mad because I'm cute.
Okay, let's see. Which one of these looks better? The pizza. Oh!
Hot dog on the right.
Oh!
Hot dog on the right.
Yeah, what? Oh!
Hot dog in there?
That looks like crispy potatoes and mayonnaise.
It says hot dog.
I just see mayonnaise.
What is that?
That's too close. Condiment win. This is the same dog. One just has condiments. What is this? The hot dog day of destruction?
Everyone's out.
These
at the
are
ball
so
games.
easy. These are so easy because it just... We guessed this one before and it was disastrously low because people are hating on it. This, I guarantee you this is delicious. I guarantee you this is like an 8 out of 10.
It's just because it looks burnt.
It is, but this also looks fucking horrific. So it's like, do I think this low score is still lower than this?
Let's go Japan dog.
I'm gonna go the Japan dog. Yes! I was like, I know in my heart it's delicious.
Yard goats. Where? Oh, there's a hot dog in there. Yeah, go for the ante.
Are those donuts? What are these?
Just the description. 2-foot-long hot dog inside 11
Powdered donuts.
Let's the ketchup drizzle. No.
You know what? The fat person in me says this has to actually be good. No, it lost to the neon dog! This just has more toppings. It's gotta be this. No, what? The big dick dog won?
People do love big dicks.
People are hating on sauerkraut. I'm sorry, sauerkraut is delicious. No fucking way. No, that one, I call foul on that one. Gabby. In earnest, I got robbed on that one. In earnest, I got robbed on that one.
He was robbed.
That's some bullshit. I was robbed.
He was robbed.
That's thievery. They were all hot dogs. Euro Truck. Oh my god, is this the Euro Truck station from Euro Truck Sim? Gabby, where is this?
Britain? No.
Volcanus Vieta.
Spain?
Spain is immediately where I'm guessing.
It's either Spain or Portugal.
Portugal, that's... That's an out-of-pocket one, I feel like. Smells like Latvia. Partika. Inzomt. Okay, what... Okay. Wait, I don't think Spain anymore. What is this language?
I forgot you were streaming. Y'all didn't see my titties, did you?
No. You're completely over to the side. Keep your titties off my stream. Fucking inappropriate. For free? I've heard getting banned is good for your career. Okay, this isn't giving me extra information going around. This is still just like, it looks nice wherever it is. Looks flat. We know it's Euro somewhere. I am kind of thinking it's over in this chunk now, because I just don't think that was Spanish. Were there flagpoles? Oh shit, there were flagpoles. I don't know what that flag is, though.
If I could see it more clearly.
Oh, okay, we were not that far off. That was still pretty alright.
Latuti.
Latuti. I don't know flags well enough.
Where's the flag?
I don't know, it was in the last one.
I was about to say, I know flags. When you don't fucking show me the flags.
I do look out for flags in people's windows or cars. This is all just trees.
This feels like America. Like, unironically.
I mean, it could be an out-of-pocket.
Never mind.
Karatutu Sajute. Garbage bins are also really good find. Oh yeah, you're right. I don't know my garbage bins. Wherever it is, it's cute as fuck. Really, all I'm ever like taught by this is that like everywhere that's not America is really nice looking.
They don't have sidewalks.
They don't have sidewalks, but this is also clearly rural.
Was that a school? School might have a flag.
The flags are down. Yeah, there was a snowmobile in the front yard, which kind of makes me think it's like
It's kind of giving me like
over here. You think they can afford snowmobiles in Hungary?
You're right. It is just like a.
I guess like Sweden. Maybe up here?
If it's snow, it's probably Finland.
It could be anywhere in this like elevation. Oh, we were pretty.
I told
correct,
you it was
Finland.
Finland.
That's so close, though. Like, I should have just gone farthest north, though, and guessed, like, hedged my bet and guessed up here in Norway.
I knew if it's snow, it's Finland. Desert. Wheatmost. Wheaten.
Why can't I go down that road?
Wait, go back to that sign. The sign that's at the gate. Not that one, the one on the right. Something camp. Is that a native camp?
Train. Or is it a...
Trolley?
This dude look American as fuck.
Those words don't look American as fuck though.
Yeah.
Middleburg, yeah, this is definitely Europe.
Nuxpa. N10. Middleburg. If I knew where Middleburg was, that would be a huge find.
They're driving on the left side of the road.
Are those goats? That's an African road number? Dude, fucking Logan knows ball. This is Africa? You know, that would make sense why it's so flat and big and open. Mountains. Oh, that definitely feels. Kenya?
Yeah, I would say Kenya near Nairobi.
South Africa when it's the green developed looking. You're right, like South Africa's probably like maybe the north end here. Oh, the south end, but we were still really good. Hey, we've been getting about 500 miles off each time. That's pretty good.
Okay, that's just a restaurant. Cafe Coco. Okay. Wanted long-haired freaky people apply now. Okay, this has to be somewhere in Britain, right?
Pastries, bread, coffees, cake. Yeah, it feels very much like a hipstery town in America, which does make me think this is just the UK.
Big double-decker
I've
bus.
never seen a more English-looking town. Yeah, exactly. Like, this just seems so...
Yeah, this is definitely in Britain. It's either Britain or like Northern Ireland or Wales or something. Yeah, no, this is definitely Britain as fuck. An
It
old man
is.
biking, that fucking highway maintenance vehicle.
It's gotta be somewhere more city based, right? Oh yeah, this is like London, I think. Like, it's probably just like London. Oh! Oh!
Outskirts of London. Over in.
I was so close. 46 miles. This is my most accurate guess of all time.
I feel like you're distracted.
Distract this dick. Middle East? Somewhere, I think. Oh, wait, is this... Wait. I mean, like... Ooh, 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 what's that flag? Gabby, flag. What's this flag?
Familiar.
You fucking useless.
I want to say it starts with.
Is this just Indonesia? I fucking Indonesia is calling me. Thailand could also be true. Like, in general, I'm guessing it's somewhere in this block. I don't think
I
Philippines.
think it is Thailand.
You think it is
Can you
Thailand?
go back to the flag again?
Oh, there's another one right here. It's
That-
red, white, blue.
That is 100. Wait, was it sideways? Yeah. Okay, they're hanging it sideways. Yeah, no, that's 150% Thailand.
It's pretty flat, so I'm gonna guess this stretch somewhere here. Because it's rural-ish, but flat. Pretty close. Pretty close. This is my best score yet. I got a silver medal! This is my first silver medal! Oh, shit!
Love you. I'm not taking my keys. So lock the door behind me.
Okay. Yeah, good day. I fucking crushed all of them except the hot dog Olympics. Oh man, so since I didn't save that thing, since I didn't save that card I made for the Magic the Gathering thing, I remade it again. But this time, like, I just used an image that I thought was a little more like it, and actually, you just need to eat more hot dogs, yeah. And then I put the ring overlay on it too, and I think genuinely I made a much better looking low effort ripoff, and this again took me under 10 minutes to make. I did this for the thumbnail, and I think it was a pretty good thumbnail, because so far it's been getting, like, medium traction. I also clipped it together to where it wasn't as slow, so it would only be a 20-minute video. But this has me fully convinced that an intern did this and put zero, and I mean zero effort into it, because this was such low effort. I literally just... I just went to a website that that was like you know, like a Magic the Gathering card creator, and then if you did your job any worse, they might hire you for Invincible. Holy shit! Oh my god. Yeah, alls I did to get the fucking overlay for the thing was I went to a card creator website that and then inspected the element of the website to rip the HTML image data link so I could download it from the directly from the website and overlay it on there, and then I just straight up copied the bar that's on the bottom to include the information. And genuinely, even doing that took me all of 10 minutes. Doing that took me all of 10 minutes. I think this one looks even more like the ripoff, and then also actually looks cleaner because I'm a better fucking graphical artist, so even my lazy work is cleaner looking. Because I actually have fucking professional training. Fucking wild. Oh, and I did see, I'm just gonna become a fucking Wubby React guy at this point, because I fucking like Wubby so much. But, I was watching this fucking, yeah, this right here. It's at least on par. Yeah, I'd say it's on least on par. And I thought this was interesting because, like, okay, so we know this because I've been doing the Pokemons, which I didn't record it, but we got some Ascended Hero packs, and opened them up off stream. Got this big old stack. We got 24 packs from an order we made like a month ago. We got pretty alright hits. It was actually stacked. We got, two Freligators, and we got another Munkidori, but look, this Munkidori is different. It's a Pokeball Munkidori. So we actually finally got a Munkidori that's different. Yeah, I know, right? Well, it's just like, I don't think anyone actually cared to see me open packs, was mostly the thing, so I thought I'd mostly just show off. Like, the only format for pack opening that anyone seems to care about is, you know, opening packs in, like, the TikTok format. Let's see, did we get any other... We also got this EX. It's gonna get green screened out to fuck, whatever. And this one. So those were our EXs, but let me grab the big hits, because let me tell you, we hit a fat one. Yeah, it can, but like the format that people like for that is like very much this specific type of TikTok format, and it's not good for long form content is mostly what I'm saying. But this is a really cool, this was one we wanted. Jesus Christ. Let's just turn my filter off for a second. Fuck. Okay, there we go. We got this Hitmontop, which I wanted bad, and I'm glad we got it. I'll show off the big one. And we also got one of my personal Giga hits. The gorgeous. It's wild looking, right? We got the gorgeous Beautifly. This is one of my all-time hits from this set. It's like a $10 card, maybe. It's a little top-heavy, too, so probably less than $10. We also got a Trainer full art, which looks great. We also got one of Gabby's all-time hits. She loves Heliolisk so much. This is also the most top-heavy card I've ever seen in my life. Look how tiny the bottom is and how thick the top is. Most top-heavy card of my life. And then here's the huge one. Here's the huge one. This is one of those, like, SRIs that's 1 in 1,500 packs. Mega Hawlucha EX. And you know, the centering's pretty good. The centering's pretty good. I don't think it's flawless. I think it's ever so slightly right heavy. But I think it's close enough that it could still probably score a 10. Like if it was graded. This is a big one. I think this one is a little underappreciated. Is it worth grading? It might be. Let me double check. Okay, so yeah. Here's the price chart on this. And note, price charts are low. Price charts are kind of low. So, ungraded, this is like an $80 card. A 9, it's a $100 card. And as a 10, it's a $400 card. Let me double check the back on this baby. Let me double check the back because the front I think is close enough that it might be worth grading. That's a PSA 10. A tag 10 depending could be better. The back looks entirely flawless. So the PSA, this is PSA standard. For the most part, I don't think they'll have much data for, yeah, they don't normally, okay, so a tag 10 is 650. A tag 10 is 650. Tags are, in general, I would say a tag is always worth 50% more. No matter what the grade is, tag, I think, is worth 50% more than a PSA. There's just not as much data on tag because they're a newer player. But tag is, in my opinion, much more strict and much more worthy on their grades. I think their grades are more trusting, and their grades, in my experience, are harsher. They're harsher because they have that machine-level accuracy. People say that there's, like, some, there's some inconsistency. I think a lot of that inconsistency was when they very first started. I think, if anything, as time has gone on, it's become harder and harder and harder to score high tag grades. So, yeah, a tag 10 would be worth literally more, like 60%, like almost 60% more than a PSA 10. So yeah, if this tag tie, woo! Woo! I mean, it's a big one. It's a big one. This is a big card. And I think even its ungraded is kind of way too low. I think this is mostly because people are really gambling. Like, some people just want to move these cards and get any amount of money. I'm gonna, like, especially because this card is brand new, I think this card will go buck fucking wild, honestly. Man, I have so many cards that I need to grade. So this is a definite grade one day. What are some also definite grades one day? The biggest problem is just, like, having money to do it, because it's expensive to grade. this Reshiram is 110% getting graded. I think this Reshiram is actually flawless. Yes, value can go out of print. So value can go significantly up once it goes out of print. But, if hype dies for a card, then it can go down too. Right now, this whole set is really hype. So, there is a chance that every card in this set goes down. Because, like, let's see. So, like, the Gengar in this set was the big chase, right? It looks like it's come back up, but this Gengar has jumped as low as $600 from being at 1,000. This Gengar and this Pikachu has risen up. A lot of the top 3 chases have gone up, except the Gengar keeps coming back down. I still think this Gengar is way too overhyped. Like, $1,000 raw is wild. And you'll notice, yeah, 1,000, that all of these cards are the same pull rate. All of these cards are the same pull rate. Oh my god, I want this one so bad. This is a top hit for me. I want this one so bad. This is one of my favorites. It's so pretty. And yeah, here's the Hawlucha. So, it really depends, because, like, this card is crazy rare, but we could also, like, look at PSA populations and stuff, too, to like, try and, because if we go to, like, eBay's a great place, because they have this built in, to check, populations. We could do Mega Hawlucha PSA 10. To be fair, I've never heard of that Pokemon. Hawlucha? Hawlucha's hype. Oh, yeah. Fucking this one popped up too, but not the one, but this is his, he's a luchador bird, so he's a fighting flying. I think he's really dope. I like Hawlucha a lot. He's newer, but he's one of the newer ones that I think is really cool. Okay, so what you can do is you can go to a listing, and you can do this see insights, and this is a great feature on, it only works for PSA right now. Really. But you can do you can go to the pop report, and you can see how many exist in the PSA. So you can see there's only 100 PSA 10s. And this card's been out for 3 months. 3 months. Meanwhile, if we look at you know, this is the reason I think this Gengar is ridiculously overhyped. If we look at Mega Gengar, we could check out Mega Gengar. What's their number? 284? Here he is. Fucking, they're selling for $3,000, which is unreal. So this is why I think this card is ridiculously overhyped and too valuable. Look at how many fucking PSA 10s exist already. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, Gengar's hype, but this Hawlucha in a 10 is 23 times more rare. It's a factorial of 23 times as rare. in a 10. So if hype can maintain for a card and population remains low, once a card goes out of print, numbers like this number is only going to go way up. Meanwhile, if people don't start grading this, once this rotates out, it's going to be harder for 10s to come up. Yeah, but how many folks out there are trying to collect every Gengar versus every Hawlucha? Okay, that's definitely fair. There are dedicated Gengar lovers, but you also have to think about the like demographics. The reason OG cards are a little more collectible is you have to think about who are the lovers of some of the OG cards, who are going to be the primary lovers. They're going to be people that are in their 30s to 40s. What do people in their 30s and 40s statistically have more of? Money. So this is kind of just like a thing of the fan base for newer Pokemon are younger and don't have money. On average. So if you're looking at this as a long-term collectible, hold this for 10 years, and I'm sorry, there's gonna be Hawlucha fans. There's gonna be Hawlucha heads. There just are. There are gonna be Hawlucha heads. There is no Pokemon like Hawlucha. Hawlucha is very, very unique, and these super badass, super rare cards, if their populations don't get flooded before it goes out of print, if there is any kind of base collecting them, well, the value's going to skyrocket. The other thing is Pokemon in general is collectible, so there might not be as many Hawlucha heads, but this set in general is popular, so there's going to be a lot of people trying to collect every card in the set. And the set's popularity, the hype might dip, but overall, this set is fire. Like, this set is fire. I hate to jump on the train, but, like, it has so many bitchin' full arts. So many. Also, these action cards, I want this one. I actually like this Hawlucha more, but it's just way less rare. If I could find a good condition one in the wild, I'd buy it on the spot. $8, I think that's a steal. I think these action cards are horrifically undervalued. This is a new style of card unique to this set. My favorite way to cook corn? God, there's so many good ways. All-time goated? Tortilla. Corn tortilla. Runner-ups? Popcorn and good old corn on the cob. I think, like, seasoned corn on the cob is undisputedly good. And then popcorn. Popcorn is also undisputedly good. But personal favorite, a corn tortilla. Oh my god, and a fresh corn tortilla? Holy fuck. It's also skill and labor intensive enough that it's not something you can just have, so it's like kind of special. Getting a corn tortilla is special. Probably in the same level as corn tortilla would be another corn-like preparation, like a, why am I blanking on them? They're the Christmas... Okay, I'm making corn on the cob, but, like, to cut it off and fry it in a skillet? So generally what I like to do is I like to boil them with the full husk on in a pot. Then I like to put them on a baking, or I like to roll them in seasoning, normally with some kind of fat like olive oil or butter. Roll them in some fat once they've been steamed, then crank the broiler up. Don't put them in right away. Let the broiler get fucking really hot. and then put it under, like, put them on a baking tray under the broiler to get some black char on them and cook that fat and seasoning into it, and then pull them out. Like, all the cooking is really done by steaming them inside their husk, but then baking them on the tray is just to give them some color and some char. Oh, my mouth is watering thinking about it. My mouth is actually watering thinking about it. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god, corn. You're goated, corn. But yeah, this is a big hit, and I think the card looks good enough that it's definitely getting graded. It's definitely getting graded. Part of me wants to try and sell the, why keep the husk on for parboiling? I think it just makes it sure that you can't overcook it, and it doesn't allow for oversaturation of water. So like when you keep the husk on, I think you're less steaming, or you're less boiling them, more steaming them, because I also don't fully submerge them in water. Like, I put them in the pot with their husk on, probably like quarter of the pot. So like maybe only the bottom part is actually in water. And I just think you can't. It's like so hard to overcook them when you do that. So it just makes them, extra. Mwah. Fair enough. Yeah, if I can do anything that lets my food be, like, dummy-proof, I'm gonna do it. Because, like, I like cooking, but I think day-to-day, day-to-day, I need to feed the family meals. It's always best when you can remove any error to it. If you can remove any error to it, then it takes some stress off. You don't really have to think about it for every day of the week meal, and it's just good. I'd say, like, also, this is just generally true, canned corn is good. And and frozen corn. I love getting that already fire charred frozen bags of corn and just, like, fucking hidden that in a skillet with something, like some beans or something, or just by themselves, and then mixing it into a pico, making my own corn salsa. Oh my god, it's so good. Corn. I'll make a salsa probably like every other week, and then it lasts like 4 or 5 days. I just chugged my thing of water, so I had to piss real quick. It was. Anyway, so like I was talking about Pokemon, and we've encountered quite our own scalping stuff, but I think it's fun to see that the scalping is becoming such a big deal that it broke containment, and now Wubby, a Magic the Gathering person, is talking about it. I would say on the positive end. On the end of scalping, you know what a lot of card shows I'm seeing are starting to do? They're banning sealed product that's in print from sale at their card shows, which every card show needs to do this.
Pokemon scalpers recently. There was a Target collab where Pokemon released like a product line, not even cards.
Oh, I saw this shit too. Like, of course, on my like Target follow, or I mean my like Poke Alert like shit I'm following. Yeah, they announced that Target stuff, and you know what I don't give a shit about? Pokemon clothes. Fucking Pokemon clothes, I could not care less. I could not care less. Like, yeah, I think I saw that stuff come out like a couple days ago, was it? Maybe last week? Something like that. Yeah, here it is. All the Poke merchandise. Scalpers are just under the assumption that anything Pokemon related is like gold. And I just don't know who's buying Pokemon merchandise. I don't care about Pokemon merchandise. I care about the cards. So this is weird to me.
As far as I could tell, not even cards. It was a Target Pokemon collab. Backpacks and charms and there was candy. I'm telling you, Pokemon is just, it's dead. It is just dead if you are a casual enjoyer of anything. There were people lined up. I watched this live streamer I don't believe he's a scalper. I just believe he lined up to get it. He was there at 2 a.m.
Okay, so I'd say, even though we've encountered a lot, if you want to just spend money all the time, it's really hard to not get ripped off on Pokemon right now. But, you know, honestly, if you're trying to pace yourself on expenditures, the fact that the market is so fucked actually forces you to pace yourself. Like, Gabby and I have pulled way back on our spending, mostly because... Not because we're trying, we're still being degenerates buying Pokemon every time we can, but because, like, we have to limit ourselves to the drops we care about, and the drops when they actually happen, which is once a week on Wednesdays and Thursdays for Walmart and Target, and once in a blue moon on Poke Center, and you don't get shit half the time. So, yeah, it's frustrating you if you have to dedicate this stupid amount of time to even try and spend your money on the products, but at the same time, if you're doing that, it does stop you from spending a bunch of money, because you have to be so selective and so dedicated.
a.m. He went to Target at 2 a.m. There were 2 chairs already set up, empty. Apparently in the world, this is called ghost chairing, because you put the chair there and then you can go do something else, and it holds your spot.
When Gabby and I went to the Target drop and the Sam's Club drop, there were ghost chairs at both already when we showed up. Ghost chair, I do not understand, but everyone respects the etiquette, I guess, of just, like, I guess everyone just respects that shit. I thought it was weird, and each time it was only, like, 2 chairs, and it was people waiting in the parking lot in their cars. And as soon as we showed up and waited in line, they felt pressured to stop ghost chairing, and they would get out of their cars and then sit down in their chairs. So, like, I didn't care that much.
Ghost chairing. It's very common. Nasty. 2 a.m. Target opens at 9 a.m. By the time the store opens, huge line of people, and it's just chaos. Sold out instantly. I saw other TikToks. Not only was this shit sold out the second Target opened, there were custom panel, like, backsplashes that hold the product. You know, like those boards that have a bunch of little holes in them, and you put things in them, you can hang product on it. You ever been to a store or worked in a store? You know what I'm talking about? The backsplashes?
The peg
They had
boards.
custom ones made for this. Signage. Not even signage, just like displays, the shelves. They had printed custom Pokemon stuff on it. Those were gone. Those were missing in like a day. On eBay, they got taken out of the store. Employees stole them.
I just want, again, who is so down bad for Pokemon stuff that they're buying and that they're stealing these? But even more than that, who's buying them? I'm convinced it has to be scalpers buying from scalpers. Like, it's people who have no fucking idea what has value. And they're literally like, oh, this has to be worth money, dog. I'm gonna make so much bank on the fucking Pokemon display shelf. What? It's cardboard.
They're already on eBay right now, and I saw people walking through the aisle. Hey, the Pokemon Target collab got released, and they're walking through the aisle, and it looks like a COVID era hurricane came through. There's nothing left. The shelves are missing. It is a brainworm sickness for people. I don't even know how it got this bad, and I don't know how Magic has not got, like, I don't know what else is this bad. It is so bad, bro. Ghost chair video on the subreddit. Ooh.
You know, I actually don't know why Magic isn't like this either. I think, here's my genuine, I know Wubby's a big Magic head, and I watch his Magic content, and he will feature how much Magic cards are worth. So here's the thing. Big hits for Magic are worth more money than big hits in Pokemon. Outside of, like, you know, really rare vintage stuff. Newer big hits for Magic are worth more money than Pokemon. Here's the difference. He says people like it's actually fans and not folks trying to make a living off scalping. Yeah. But here's why I think Magic isn't like bum rush, because you and I could go to, like, right now to Sam's.com or something, or Costco.com, and you could buy a bundle of Magic cards, a brand new bundle set of Magic cards, and it would not be sold out. You would be able to still buy it. And that's because the sealed product market is not there. For some reason, Pokemon fans are willing to pay a premium for sealed product. Magic fans are not willing to do that. They will only pay for the cards. Now, there are $10,000 plus Magic cards that are brand new. Like, brand new, multi-thousand to tens of thousands of dollar graded Magic cards. They're real. They exist. They're out there. Hell, the ungraded Magic market is actually higher than the ungraded Pokemon market for one big reason. People want to play with the Magic cards, even the valuable rare ones. And you can't play with a slabbed card. So people will pay an arm and a leg for Magic cards, but they will not pay a penny for for sealed product. They will not rebuy product unless it's way out of print. Like, and this is pretty much only true for, you know, like, early 2000s era and 90s era Magic the Gathering. There is not a market for sealed Magic product, and that is, to me, 100% of the reason of why Magic is not like Pokemon right now. Because to be a Magic scalper, you would have to buy the product and open it yourself and take the financial risk of losing that money. Do you think that's because Magic demographic is generally older than Pokemon? No, I think actually the demographics are about the same. I think the demographics are about the same. I think the starting age for a lot of Pokemon fans is earlier. But I think the average Pokemon fan is like 20 to 30. I think they're in the 20 to like 35 range. Like, the average Pokemon collector is at least 20 years old. Whereas, like, the average Magic collector, I think, is also about 20 years old. And both fandoms have their old heads. Both fandoms have their old heads that are in their, like, early 40s. Both fandoms. Like 40s to 50s. Both fandoms have that. I actually don't think the demographics are different. I really do think it's entirely because of the culture of those fans. Pokemon fans are willing to buy resealed product or buy sealed product. Magic fans are not. Magic fans will not pay a premium for in-print sealed product. They won't do it. And you could also look at like, I just assume because Magic as a property is like 20 years older than Pokemon. yes, but I don't think Magic hit its... I feel like Magic hit its peak popularity later. I feel like Pokemon actually hit an earlier popularity. Like, Magic was kind of a cult classic game for a long time. It might not, like, feel like that, but I feel like Magic didn't start, like, actually being buku's crazy until the 2010s. Whereas, like, Pokemon has been buku's crazy since the early... Like, Pokemon was insane 5 years after launch. Like, Pokemon was insane literally, like, by the time I started in 2005. And it had only existed for 7 years. It was already crazy then. Whereas, like, Magic has had a steady uptick. It's just kept getting more popular over time, I think. I think Magic has just literally done this. Over time. It just keeps going. It's like a solid upward trend. Whereas, like, Pokemon did this shit. Are you sure that's not just how you see it because of your age? Well, so I also have some perspective. My dad collected Magic cards. But, like, him and a lot of people like him did it so casually. They did it so casually. He kept his cards in a paper bag. And I think it's way more common to find old, obliterated Magic cards because people who were into Magic were just not taking care of their shit on average. That's why the old Magic cards are so goddamn rare. People were just not taking care of Magic cards like they were Pokemon cards. Like, I really, like, it's just... And I also think what I'm saying makes sense because Magic has had to have a growth that's entirely based on player-based fandom growing it, whereas Pokemon has propaganda apparatuses. It is video games, it is toys, it is TV shows, and it always has. It always has had those things. Growing up, I remember one Magic the Gathering video game. And it had nothing to... It was fun. It was really fun. I actually think it was really, really, really fun. But there's been one Magic the Gathering... Or there was one Magic the Gathering video game in the early 2000s. And I don't think there was another Magic the Gathering video game until, like, the 2010s. Magic the Gathering just has not had the propaganda apparatus that Pokemon has to drive its popularity growth. Pokemon has propaganda, Magic doesn't. So Magic has had to rely on an entirely organic growth process. Magic has had to rely on an entirely organic growth process. Pokemon's growth is not organic. Pokemon's growth is not entirely organic. Or it's like, I mean, it's organic, the way I'm using the word anyways. It has propaganda funneling it. It has so much propaganda funneling it. And now, not only does it have propaganda funneling it, but it has finance stuff propagating its popularity. No one is looking at Magic the Gathering going, oh my god, this is an investment opportunity. No one does that. Even though you're technically not wrong, you could treat a lot of Magic cards like investment opportunities.
Ooh. Yes, this is the guy. What's his name? I think he's not a scalper. He seems to be well received, so I think this guy's just going to shop for himself, which I have no problem with, by the way. Waking up at 2 a.m. to get in a line at Target to go shopping, I have no problem with it. It's the people going who are like, yeah, I'm here to flip it on my whatnot. Bro, flip this dick. Flip his dick on your whatnot. Also, listen, I've been offered to work with Whatnot before. They haven't paid me enough, and I don't think Whatnot is a bad platform at all. Like, the professor uses it. right? It's a good platform. And so if you ever see me take a Whatnot sponsor, just know I do actually think they're good. I'm covering my ass here. However, if you say you're a Whatnot streamer, instant red flag. Sorry. I know so many Whatnot streamers right now are just like, what the fuck, bro? I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. But in general, when you're like, what do you do? Oh, I'm a Whatnot streamer. I'm like, okay. Like, so you're either scalping or scamming, or you're not neither of those things, like me or Professor or like you personally. Don't take it personally.
Oh, wait! You're f***ing lying! There's 2 chairs here!
This guy's so funny, dude.
What the hell are we doing? Pokemon X Target launch for their apparel. And we have
This
It's all
was it.
apparel. Okay, so yeah,
Battlegrounds.
clothing, backpacks.
2 ghost
This game was
chairs
really
here.
fun.
This interaction's
Basically
crazy. I
nothing
didn't
to
tell
do
you
with
this.
actual Magic.
He
the
calls them
Gathering.
ghost chairs. And to our surprise, the people who put those chairs down hear him and they pick a fight with him. I want to not hate Pokemon because a lot of people I know love it, but you might be a part of the cringiest community on planet Earth. You've been hijacked. It's not even your fault. These people are like animals. I don't even get it. Okay, watch.
And we have 2 ghost chairs here. Oh! What? Oh, I didn't know you were there.
You're a false narrator, bro.
How am I a false narrator?
False ass ghost chair. 8 years old, homie. 8 years old.
All right, cool. You don't have to clarify.
Verify that shit ain't no ghost chair, bro.
I mean, you just did it right now, so I don't have to. You don't have to get mad at me. Why are you getting hostile?
Been here all night, dog.
Why are you getting hostile at me?
Been here all night, bro.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of a
Also, that's kind of ghost chairing though. Like let's think about that. You put chairs up and then you go somewhere more comfortable. You're ghost chairing. Like you're holding your spot in line. The whole thing of holding your spot in line is there's the disadvantage of you now have to sit outside. If you're going to show up and be like, I'm first in line, that's fair. More power to you. But you were sacrificing comfort, time, you're outside. It sucks, right? But you got to lock in for it. You don't get to sit up a chair. Like, what's the limit then? Well, like, I'm in the parking lot.
Yeah. Damn, you're right though, Logan. You're right. This shit is sideways. It's just... There we go. Yeah, Smash... No, wait. Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's. No, Five Nights at Freddy's wins. I was trying to think. Smash is definitely contending, but Five Nights at Freddy wins. Me too, same. Like, I would also agree as a fan. But I also say this is not a fan. Five Nights at Freddy's has the cringiest fan base of all time.
A car. Okay, so if I bring a camper, can I go park? Like, okay, what if my house is 2 blocks away? Can I just go put up a chair and then go back to sleep? I just take the chairs. There is like, I was reading the comments because this is a new community to me, and people in the comments were saying like, it's totally fair if you're like, hey guys, I gotta run to the bathroom. That's fine. But like, you don't just put a chair down and then go to bed somewhere else.
wow, man. This is fun. Besides everything that happened in the beginning, but what time does the store open? It opens at 8 a.m. chat.
Oh, 8 a.m.
It's
There
almost
you go.
6 o'clock now, man. Like every single person here has waited in their chair the entire night. Dude, he's a legend, bro. He's out here in shorts with 2.5 hours to go. What's up, bro? Just transparently, like I won't be able to hold the spot, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Ugh, the dude shows up with 2 hours left. Yuck.
Okay, this is what you call working with people to get their approval. All right, you ready?
Yo, that guy's in shorts too.
Hey guys, do you mind if I go put this back in my car really quickly? Yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to ask if it was okay.
I wonder who here is even scalping at this point. It's hard to tell because like this guy might just be a
Here's the thing, like, I could when I've shown up to these, I could recognize the scalpers right away. And it's because yeah, FNAF fans are just 10 years old. Whenever, like, I would say 99% of the people, when I showed up, were not scalpers. But here's the one group that I know was scalpers. When I showed up to the Target one, there was a, I would say, like Karen-esque mom there who had brought what looked like six family members to stand in line with her so that they could get like ×7 product. And it's like, these people did not give a shit about Pokemon. You could just get the vibe. Like, the family members were totally checked out. They were clearly drugged here against their will. And the mom had, like, a drill sergeant look. Was just, like, mean-mugging everyone, like... Meanwhile, like, the two dudes that were directly in front of me and Gabby in line, they had brought a Switch and were playing Smash against each other on the Switch in line, sitting on the ground. And I was like, no, those guys aren't scalpers. Those guys are fucking fans. Drugged against their will. Yeah, drugged.
A fan, and he knows scalpers are gonna ruin it. I don't even know what you do.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Performative? Shut up. I had a pack in my car. You're out here in shorts, man. I'm gonna give you a pack, bro. Hey guys, here, pack on me.
That was nice of him.
Hey guys.
That was nice. See, this guy seems. I don't know nothing about this guy. He seems
Come
nice.
in. Kid passed out with this thing playing out in the speaker. I'm mad now. Damn, bro.
Someone fell asleep with a TikTok running. I'm not wasting it. I'm waking you up. Or I'm just going up and I'm locking your phone. I don't care.
Oh my god. 1 more hour, boys.
And then when we do open the doors, we are going to be heading to electronics, and we're going to all get in the...
Okay, the way this is handled also is psychotic. Okay, so when Gabby and I have showed up to every one of the in-store ones, this is way more, like, handled way more professionally, in my opinion. What they do is they have you collect the items from the customer service counter. They have the items behind the counter at customer service, and they have everyone go directly from the door to a line at customer service. No one is crazy. Everyone is orderly. Everyone walks to the customer service counter in the same order that they were in line at the front door. And then everyone gets 1 to 2 of each item, depending on the stock. Everyone is allowed 1 to 2 of each item until they run out. And you have to, and on top of that, you have to have either cash or separate forms of cash payment. You're not allowed to have one credit card and pass it between all the fucking people you brought. Everyone has to have their own form of payment, or it doesn't count. You're one purchaser if you don't have more than one form of payment. So that I think all of that helps limit people scamming the system. It limits disorder. To tell them that they're just going to let them free in, like, the only thing they're going to do is only let so many people into the aisle at a time, that's crazy. What? You're just like, okay, it's a free-for-all, but a free-for-all 3 at a time. That's ridiculous.
Single file line on the back wall. And we're going to let about 3 people each at a time through the aisles. So that's not...
Oh, no.
We can all get a chance to browse. And
They got to do like a limited item thing. 3 people each per aisle at a time. Someone's going to clear that out. Eamon's definitely just a fan. I've done shit with him before. He's from New York. Okay, to be fair, I didn't think I presented him as otherwise, so I'm glad he confirmed. Because, like, he's coming off like someone who just, like, I like the product. Which, by the way, is what it's for. The product is for someone who just wants to buy it.
And then when we
Thank
check
you.
out, we're going to head to electronics checkout.
Thank you so much. Oh
It's
my
for
god.
clothes. This is not even Pokemon cards. This is for apparel and merchandise.
Wow, I'm impressed. There's more than 40 people here.
That's fucking
Thank you so much,
insane.
man. Appreciate you.
gonna allow 3 guests at a time to shout the aisle.
Sure.
So starting with 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for waiting. Thank you for your patience.
Also, mad respect to when you're talking to an employee, you just point the camera at yourself.
This is so cool. Oh my god. The lip balm for sure. W crossbody. I might as well just get a Pokeball one too. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, and those are the totes. I'm saving this for 20 years and eating it in 20 years. Wait, it's Pikachu shaped. I gotta get that.
Okay, I want to find you the video. Let me see if I can find it. It's definitely.
See, I just don't understand. Like, I just don't care about Pokemon merchandise. This is just weird to me a little bit. I am, because I found a abandoned, because there's apparently nowhere to get it. I found an abandoned ware site for that Magic game, and I'm going to see if I can download it so we can fucking play it. So, download and extract the files. Which one? Double-click dev-mtg1.iso to mount it. Okay, it's mounted. And then I've used my abandonware before, worked out for me. Yeah, I think this might be cool. Because I remember this game actually being really fun. Okay. Run setup.exe. None of them are actually called that, so I think it's probably the one labeled application. I used it to OK escape from Butcher Bay, funny enough. Cool. We were talking about that, like, yesterday, right? Or day before. Fuck, we're got so many goddamn tabs open. So I think we're hitting this one. Yes. Oh. I read okay, but my brain filled in play. I knew what you meant. Yo. Okay. Seems like it's being pretty straightforward so far. Just tell me, what did I have to put it somewhere? I feel like I don't want to put it in accessibility. That seems weird. What if we put it in Steam? Or would that fuck with things? Fuck it, let's put it in Steam. It shouldn't matter. Setup need the next disk. Okay, what's it say to do next? Right click and eject the first disk and double click the second disk. DVD drive F, so I guess this, so eject, and then we go to dev.2, I think. Ejaculate the disk. Definitely ejaculating the disk. Okay, and then I guess we do the auto run here. I think this is the right one. Okay. Oh? Is it working? Is it just working? I've never gotten a notification that tells me it's working like that. Finish. Play disk. Game system. Copy and replace the EX folder from Noct-D. I don't see a Noct-D. Install guide. That's not English. Read me. This is just like about the game. Where's the Noct-D thing? Okay, so it says... Oh. It says... Eject... Click browse, select the second disk to finish and run the 1.4 patch from the game extra section below. Oh. Wait. I saw this earlier. How do I get to it? Oh, there. It was there for a second. I saw it on the screen. Where'd it go? Where's the extra section? Oh, it's all the way down here. Run anyways. Okay. And then what do we do? Copy and replace the EX from NocD file below to game systems folder. Okay. So now we need the NocD. And then we're putting it where? In the game system folder. Manual? No, not manual. Install guide, DirectX. There's not a systems folder. Am I crazy? There's not a systems folder. Or does it just mean this? Like, am I just putting it in here? Okay, so yeah, no, we're supposed to... This is what we got from the NocD. We're supposed to copy it and put it to the game system folder. Okay, very funny. There's nothing in here. Alright, fuck you guys. That's less funny. Am I stupid? What, like, where's the system folder? We can't just put it in here. It says we don't have enough room for some reason. Other comments that maybe say something. Go back to the README. Content overview. System requirements. Known issues. Incompatible graphical error. Okay. Node description. Okay, this is graphic thing. Setup installation. Start Windows. 98 me 2000. Insert magic gathering backgrounds. No, this is like the original stuff from the game, because this is not actually about the like ROM. Oh. Here? This one here? Copy and replace. So wait, okay, wait. So I think it... If we're just comparing it to what it looks like... MTG Battlegrounds application. Not setup, because it's the play one here. It would be... this one? Not the auto run, right? Or is it this right here? Because it has the same icon, is just what I'm thinking. How do I replace it? I think it's this right here. I've never had to copy and replace. Do we delete this one? Like, do that? Nope. ICO file. Maybe not. It's not that one, because this says application. So it would have to be like the application folder, right? But the only ones are the setup and the auto run. You don't copy that file, you delete the ICO file and put the standalone.exe you have and put it in the folder. So we delete this. We delete this. It's not letting me delete it. I don't know why it doesn't let me delete it. It's just not even an option. The other one is the disk one, so maybe, but it doesn't let us remove this. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. I feel like this is just an icon file, and this isn't the right one. Because it seems like this is just an image in both of them. I don't think that's the right one we're supposed to be replacing. It's a little confusing to me because none of these are actually labeled .exe. None of these are labeled .exe. We got a .inx, a .hdr. Try deleting the auto-run file in the second folder and replacing that. That's the only thing I can think of. Do we have to eject it? It doesn't say to do that, but maybe I can't edit it. Well, that wouldn't make any sense, though. It doesn't look like I can do anything to this. Maybe, let's see, maybe it's because this is, did I not, maybe I haven't extracted. Doesn't seem like it wants to let me do that. Yeah, it just doesn't want to let me do that. Yeah, I'm just a little confused why it just said doesn't want to let me do that. And it seems like, from what they're describing, the folder layout is different. Because they're saying there is a system, like, file. Unless, let's see. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can do anything to either of these files. Maybe it's because, okay, let's try again. Maybe it's because that window was open. It was technically in use. So maybe we can... No, that doesn't seem to change. Oh, wait. Maybe it's this one? Can we fuck with this one? Doesn't seem like we can delete this one either. Overwrite game.exe file with the one in Divian's Dire. Thing is, I just don't know what the fuck the, that doesn't seem to be doing it. These descriptions seem out of date with the actual files, or am I crazy? Like, I feel like I'm not just misunderstanding things, but these descriptions are out of date with the actual files. Written for 10 and not 11? You're probably right. Maybe we could just find a different version of it. Fucking just get rid of all this. Let's try this one. Maybe this one's easier to use because, or harder, because it's got fucking no information to help. So maybe this one is more straightforward. Maybe. That, or it's way more fucking archaic. It's one of the two. Anyway.
Just on my phone of what the
Well,
aftermath of a
downloads.
day of this. I mean, you can kind of see it already. Oh, Sci-Fi linked it. Is this the same one? Because if this isn't, I have it right here. Oh my God, this is Sci-Fi. You're a fucking legend. W's in chat for Science Fiction Girl. W's in chat. This is the exact TikTok I just pulled up. W's.
Now they're gonna scalp the shelves. See these shelves? See these cool designs? How much you want to bet eBay they're gonna be listed? They're gonna tear apart the shelves. It's the freaking Apple Packs again. Please don't scalp the shelves.
Okay, wait, that's not the. Hold on, I have the one that shows that they did. Hold on. So this is the before. Wait, it's on his channel. Here's the update now.
Oh, see these cool designs? How much you want to bet eBay they're gonna be listed?
Oh, $999 for best offer.
For a piece of the
What
shelf.
radicalized me was the moment they started tearing apart the literal shelves to resell. People thought I was joking with that video. People thought, oh, he's just having a funny crash shot. They're selling the shelves.
Them selling the shelves is not, like I said, not the surprising part. Who's buying them? Who's buying the shelves? That's the real question. Who's buying them? Who's buying them? What,
They
really?
were fighting people and tearing apart the shelves, not just the product on the shelves, the
Animal
shelves
abuse.
themselves.
Animal
We're going to get
abuse.
to the point where
This
these people
is
will tear
animal
apart
abuse,
drywall if
according
it has a Pokemon
to
sticker on it just to
TikTok.
resell it. They will start ripping off limbs of people who have Pokemon tattoos
Purr
to resell the tattoos. Folks, we're at peak hysteria. And unfortunately, it's gonna take a minute.
I saw someone say like, okay, but that board would be pretty cool in my garage. Like, I agree, it's cool, but it being torn out of a store to be resold on eBay is
Cat butt.
different. It's like nefarious almost. Cause like, yeah, I like promotional shit. Like if I could go back in time to the
You're
Halo
not
3
even
launch,
on
yeah, I would have
screen
yoinked
to-
something.
to, like,
but I
farm
wouldn't
some
yoink it for
cuteness
eBay.
for
I'd
me.
yoink it for my room.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and she's gone. I did. Lily, quiet. You're not being well. Okay, actually, you're being fed in 15 minutes, but. Oh, actually, so you know how I was railing on the Invincible. I hadn't actually watched the newest season yet. I went ahead and watched half of it, and I'm fully justified. It's so mid. It's actually just so mid. Like it's been actually kind of boring. Like it's mid to below mid so far. I am fully justified on my crash out. This is the worst AI thumbnail of all time. Just the worst fucking AI thumbnail of all time. Yo, what did it come out that did it come out that fucking what's this? All right, Joe. I'm going to need some explanation.
Who in their right mind thought at Bungie, you know what? You know what we're known for and good for? Let's throw all that out. Let's lean even harder into live service when so many live services are failing. Let's go even harder into live service, even more niche, even smaller user bases. Let's throw out all the lore, throw out all the story. Let's bastardize a previous IP marathon. Rip it clean of what made it unique and put it into an extraction shooter that 8,000 people are going to play.
I thought Joe liked Marathon. I watched his review, and I haven't watched a Joe video in a second, but I thought Joe really liked Marathon. Is Marathon like dead already? Is that what's going on? That seems like that seems like a fine pace for an online multiplayer game. Yeah, this seems... I mean, it's okay. It's definitely not maintaining peak. It is niche. But, like, what's... I mean, Arc Raiders is definitely, I think, a more... I think overall a more fun game, but it's also a different game that is more generally... Oh. Oh. Oh shit. And this is during a period where people are kind of mad at Arc Raiders. Because they did not like the most recent update. Yeah, people are mad at the most recent update. Which rightfully so. I think it's a shit update. And I haven't been playing as much Arc Raiders because honestly it's getting the Helldivers treatment where the devs clearly don't know what makes, in my opinion, makes their game fun. And just are not doing the things that are supporting the game. But the game still is really big. Okay, I guess. Okay, Marathon is treading water if you compare it.
Well, let's see. Paul Tassi believes that Sony is not on the verge of closing Bungie itself.
No.
He thinks that they're going to predict that they'll get at least a year of content to try to get Marathon to find an audience.
Okay, so this seems like it's the exact same thing, but everything's just in one folder. Okay, so no, it's literally the same. Can we... Can we... It's in download. Okay, I mean... That didn't seem to work. Just got back. How's goes the not pirating? I tried a different download, and it's the exact same things. It was just all in one folder. Like, it's exactly the same. Just from a different site. So, I have no idea because it seems to be behaving exactly the same. So, I don't know because that shit's not working. I was then reacting to this video.
I always thought that
and was looking at I guess Marathon's player base is pretty small, but it's still like no, it was an Xbox game. I don't know that it was ever even on PC. To be totally real. You're probably right. You're probably right. And in that case, I might just... I kind of want to play this game just as a nostalgia thing, but I might just have to fuck with it later.
Marathon would not shut its doors. He said...
I was immediately clickbaited by this Angry Joe video because it's like a Marathon thing, and then Angry Joe was ranting against Marathon initially, which I thought was interesting because I watched his review and he liked Marathon. So I thought he was all for Marathon. But he seems to have soured on it, I guess, because it's too niche and it's too live servicey. Which I do think it's wild how, like, I think it's fine for a game to be niche, but a game can't be big budget and niche. True. Saying they lost $700 million is just the number, the estimate to their shareholder, how much they overpaid the studio. Yeah. So I was kind of interested in this, and I was immediately like, I mean, okay, they've got 11,000 active players right now. Is that really so bad? And then I was like, let's compare it to Ark, who is supposedly their competitor in the space. But Ark has like 80,000 live viewers right now, and Ark is in a people are mad state right now because the most recent patch was bad. It was bad. Like, they once again made some weapon changes that just make you go, why? No one asked for this. Including making the durability on rarer weapons deteriorate even faster. Which, like, that's like the reverse of what everyone wants. The rare weapons are already dog shit in the game, so why use them?
This is not Concord. This is not a Sony game made by a brand new studio that released to 700 players. It didn't release to 700 players. It released to 88,000 players, which is not good. That's not good. And we actually know that that's 70% of the entire player base across all platforms.
No, yeah. That's why I was saying it's not bad, but it's probably bad for a big budget game to not go for a broad appeal. If you spend a lot of money, you gotta make a lot of money, and you can't make a lot of money on niche audiences. Unless those niche audiences are whales. And I just don't think Extraction Shooter audiences are whales. I don't think that's an overlap.
Forms. You think that PlayStation would be double those numbers. It's not. So if that's 88,000, then the most out there is like 120,000, right? That's what I would predict at the most that they did out there. Okay, well, let's see Destiny 2. 316. So Destiny 2 was at least 2 times more successful.
Tarkov has whales. Okay. I mean, maybe I don't know, but I don't think the game's gonna get kept alive by 8,000, like, whales. Also, wow, that's impressive for Destiny, actually. For Destiny to still have an 8,000 player base all this time down the line. Like, Destiny is beating Marathon right now, and it's like 7 years old.
316. So Destiny 2 was at least 2 times more successful.
It is free to
if
play,
not
but
more, because that is only Steam, and then double those for PlayStation and Xbox and all that.
it
So,
is
yeah.
free to play, but honestly, it's also so hard to get into because it's been around so much. I tried to get into Destiny because I have friends that play Destiny, and I just couldn't do it. I was immediately hit with so much shit. I was like, what? No. No! And then just gave up.
It's probably 10 times more successful. You go from a juggernaut like Destiny 2 down to Marathon. It's a slap in the face. It's a shock. And that's why you're losing. You have an impairment loss of $765 million. You have nearly $1 billion in impairment losses. Because your dumbass thought that Bungie was worth nearly $4 billion.
I played Destiny 1 and 2 at launch and maybe played 100 hours each time. Never played it as a forever game. It was never a game that really appealed to me, and I only ever looked at playing it because I had friends that wanted to play it years later.
Maybe in the fucking Halo heyday, but not the winding down of the Destiny heyday. What is, man, you, woo.
Yeah, it's real bad.
So now I gotta worry that a game I like, Marathon, is gonna be shut down. Like I said, they
Okay, so he does like it. He does like it. That's what I thought. I was pretty sure he liked the game. And to be fair, I like it too, but admittedly it's really niche, and it's hard for me to, like, dedicate the amount of time the game clearly wants me to dedicate to it. And, like, I also fully acknowledge that for me, Ark is more fun. I think Ark is more fun. I think Ark is more interesting, personally. The only reason I'm not playing Ark is literally because of this dumbass, or like the dumbass series of patches that we keep getting. I wonder if this shit. Who asked for their weapons to break more frequently? You can already break a brand new gun in one run. You can already break a gun in one run. What? I'm sorry, this change right here was immediately like, because I was excited for the new content they added. The new content they added looks dope as shit. But I was gonna play the new content. This new content was gonna get me back into the game. On the other end, Sony acquired Insomniac Games for like $229 million, and that studio is their premier flagship moneymaker right now. True. They kind of got that for a steal comparatively. Like, I'm sorry, this is the most, like, Helldivers style, out-of-touch fucking, patch change of all time. I actually cannot believe that they did this right here. I cannot believe they did this right here. 75% more durability loss per shot on a common gun. If you never took hits, because your weapons take damage when you take hits. So, like, if you got hit by a Rocketeer or something, or a Queen, or a Matriarch's missile, your gun might break in one mission. And if you never took hits, you would still have to be repairing your common weapons every, 3 runs. Every, 3 runs, you would still have to repair your weapons. So, if you're taking 75% more durability loss, to me, that means you're every 1 mission. That's every 1 mission. Every mission, you're required repairing your common weapons now. What? I don't want to do that. But, okay, you get them for free, but you don't get upgraded weapons for free. So if you have an upgraded weapon, yes, it might be cheap to repair, but it's more, for me, it's less about the cost of repair, because common weapons are so cheap to repair, you could pretty much keep them repaired all the time. My problem is they increased it to such a severe degree, there is no way that you are not realistically having your common weapons break during a mission. There is an incredible, there is now an incredible likelihood that your common and uncommon weapons are breaking in mission. There is a huge likelihood that your weapons are breaking in mission. Starting at full. And that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable to me. And they heard that we're mad about high tier weapons, but look at this. They reduced the durability loss per shot by 5%? What are you smoking, Embark? That's crazy. That doesn't fix the This doesn't fix the problem on the high end. This does not fix the problem on the high end. Because this is minus 5% and minus 10% from a rate that was already really high. So what this reads is just every weapon in the game breaks really fast now. Every weapon in the game just breaks really fast now. Like, for example, the Beretta, or not the Patina. The Patina would break at 100% health after, I think it was 275 bullets fired. At full health, it would break from 275 bullets fired. which is just 13 magazines. And you might go, oh my god, 13 magazines is so many. Not for the Beretta or Patina, it's not. Not for the Patina. You would have to bring minimum 20 mags in just to feel safe. That thing guzzles ammo. So 5%? You're getting one more mag! You're getting one more magazine before it breaks! It's 14 mags instead of 13 now! Not even a full mag! You're getting one more mag out of the lifespan of your Patina. And again, your guns take damage when you take damage. So now all of your guns are breaking super fast from just you shooting them and are deteriorating when you take damage? How are you supposed to... You're going to have to bring backup weapons into your runs. We were already bringing backup shields. I was already bringing a backup shield to switch to in case the shield I was holding broke. Because it was so easy. It happened so frequently. This is just insane. And then look, they reduced the average durability on spawned weapons. So I still don't feel up in arms about my weapons breaking. One of the reasons I walked away from the game is I had an overabundance of stuff and a thing I found felt exciting. So that's fair. There isn't really exciting loot. There's not really exciting loot. They should definitely do something like having exotics, where, like, your guns you find, I think you should probably have exotics, where guns you find have exotic traits on top, like, almost like, Borderlands, right? Like Borderlands. Like, guns you find have exotic traits. So you should have common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary weapons, and those weapons should have, so like a common should have like 1 exotic slot. An uncommon should have 2 exotic slots. A rare should have 3 exotic slots. An epic should have 4 exotic slots. A legendary should have 5 exotic slots. And those slots should be like not all of them have to be filled up, but you have to be able to do 2 things, in my opinion. Find exotics that you can slot into your weapon, and find weapons that already have exotics slotted into them. Boom! You have saved the game with excitement. Tell me I'm wrong there. That would make finding loot so goddamn exciting. Would it not? It would make finding loot so goddamn exciting. And the things you could do with exotic traits are basically unlimited. It's basically unlimited what you could do. I think genuinely, like, keep the weapon mods, like, you know, the attachments, like your stocks, your grips and stuff. Keep those. Those are fine. Whatever. They're fine. Allow us to put an incredible amount of resource into one gun, is basically what I'm saying. And make it so when you find a gun, it's not the same thing. Okay, I found a Bobcat, whatever. Okay, I found a Bobcat, whatever. Okay, I found a Bobcat, whatever. Oh, I found a Bobcat with, like, incinerary ammo. And a bullet splitter. So now it's firing 2 bullets per shot and catches things it shoots on fire. Or, oh, I found a patina with a bottomless magazine. Like, I found a patina with a bottomless magazine. So, like, you never reload it. It just cycles ammo from your backpack endlessly. You could get nutty with it, and no one would care. The PvP balance in this game is already non-existent, and they're already not balancing the game for PvP. And PvE is already abusable if you want to, so at least make the firefighting so fun with the PvE that you're not thinking about it. You're just like, I'm gonna fuck up the Ark with my insane gun, and then you get yourself killed. Because of course you will. It's really easy to get yourself killed when you're overconfident. Also, tension! The game has, the game literally has no tension most of the time. Because, like you said, loot's not exciting. Yeah, weapon variants would go a huge way. I actually think that's a solitary change that saves the entire game from being boring. Because I'm not playing right now. The gameplay loop, to me, is fun, even without the loot. Like, I don't need the loot to have fun. To me, that's not tension. That's not tension. That's aggravation. If my weapon breaks mid-match, I don't care if I die anymore. I just want to leave. And if I leave and get out with my weapon and can repair it, fine. But the repair cost is already only marginally lesser than the crafting cost. Marginally lesser. And you don't get 100% repair off of a repair. If you repair something, it doesn't bring it to 100% all the time. You might have to, if your thing is broken, you might have to repair 2 or 3 times. A repair is not a 100% repair. So if your weapon is broken, it might be the exact same material cost to just build a brand fucking new one. People have already realized that, for example, you know what the difference between repairing a heavy shield from 0 and crafting a new one is? 1 power rod. So if you recycle your broken shield, if you recycle a broken heavy shield, it is cheaper than to create a new one, material cost-wise. I think the repair function in the game is redundant, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's what I kind of mean, is like, I don't really like the durability system, because the upkeep for the weapons, as is, there's no incentive for me to even really upkeep my weapons. Unless I don't have blueprints. So, a repair function needs to either exist. The repair function should only exist if blueprints don't exist. And if blueprints do exist, like you said, the repair function is redundant and or useless. And the only way you can make the repair function not useless is to make the game, again, more grindy and more aggravating. Not interesting or fun, aggravating, by making the construction cost much higher. So you either need to make the construction cost much higher to force players to engage with the repair cost, or you need to remove blueprints altogether so that you can only find guns. But then that fucking will create a lose it mentality. A lose it mentality where no one uses their good shit. So you need blueprints so people use their good shit. Like, this entire balance change section, it's dog shit. This entire balance change section made me so mad, and I actively have not gone back to the game because of this section. I have actively not gone back to the game because of this section. I hate this. It does nothing to address my burnout with the game. It does nothing to excite me. It just makes me go, oh wow, this doesn't look fun anymore. That's all it does. When I think, obviously, the thing the game needs is exotics. The game needs exotics. It's fucking crazy it doesn't. There are damage types in the game. There's electric damage, there's fire damage, and there's poison damage. Right there, that's 3 exotic things you could add to the damage typing of any weapon. There's also explosive. There's explosive, electric, poison, and fire. There's also penetration values. You could maybe get a gun that the exotic is that it now uses a different penetration level. I say keep blueprints and durability, but lose repair. I like being forced to move into a different gun when one breaks. Yes. I think, I agree. Well, under a caveat, overall durability for all weapons needs to be higher. I'm sorry, but you should be able to get, I think durability should have nothing to do with how much damage you take or how much you shoot your gun. I don't think the durability should have anything to do with that. If anything, well, okay, maybe it could be shots from the gun. Actually, no, shots from a gun should be the only thing. Shots from the gun should be the only thing that determine durability. You should not take, yeah, remove durability loss from taking damage. It's crazy how much durability your guns can lose from taking damage, especially from explosive damage. A Rocketeer hits you, you're losing 10 to 20% of your gun's durability. I'm not even fucking around. You're losing 10 to 20% of your gun's durability by being hit by a Rocketeer once. I think the only thing that should be draining, I was about to say it should be number of missions played, but I don't like that because that would eke players out, because you might run into a mission where you were only in the mission for like 5 minutes and then you had to leave because you loaded in late or something, and then your gun only has 5 runs and now you have 4, and that would piss people off. So no, I think shots fired is actually fine, but it should probably be double what it is now. Like, It should probably be based on rate of fire. So high rate of fire guns should have really high number of shots fired to break, while low rate of fire guns should have lower. So like the Toro, for example, shotgun. Let's say it breaks at, and here's another thing. Part of the exotics could be the durability on the gun. Part of the exotics could be the durability on the gun. And when your gun breaks, you should be able to scrap the gun for, you should get like some of the parts. Not all of the parts, but some of the parts. So if you have like a legendary gun and it has 5 exotics on it, when it breaks, you shouldn't get all 5 exotics back. You shouldn't get all 5 exotics back. But you should get some of them. Like, you should randomly get some percentage of them. And that could be another part of the exotics. Like, different guns, they could list how many of the exotics you're going to get back when it breaks. Like, if it breaks in your inventory. So that you could slot those in, so you could get some of them back. So, like, you might get a legendary, and it's only going to give you 1 exotic back. So then, maybe you use that gun with 5 exotics, but until it breaks, and you're only going to get 1 of those exotics to slot back for you to slot into something else. Or, you could scrap it right then and there and get all of the exotics. It lets you, it adds some, like, I don't know, some choice variability, some risk variability. Or maybe not all 5. Like, maybe you have, like, different ways you can scrap guns that give you different numbers of your exotics. Like, maybe you have to get some other component out in the wild that you use in a recipe to scrap. Yeah, it makes finding guns you already have blueprints for exciting. Yeah, because you might be able to make a gun, but made guns never have exotics on them. They're always just raw. So you need exotics for your made guns. And so, like, there's already stuff out there, like the industrial chemicals. So what if you need regular chemicals to remove when you're breaking down a gun to get 1 exotic back from when you're breaking down a gun? Or you get the industrial chemicals and it lets you break down get 2 exotics. And then you can get, like, I don't know, super industrial solvent, and it gets you 3. So you have to find, because there's also not enough use for the side garbage. There's not enough use for the side garbage. Most of the side garbage only exists for you to break down into base components. So having a use for the side garbage, it would also come into play. Like, yeah, you use the different chemicals and solvents to get more of your exotics out of the gun when you break them down. And also, so that you can't just break a gun down right before it's gonna break, add, like, a success chance. Like, there's a success chance that's directly correlated to the durability of the weapon when you break it. So if your gun only has 10% durability, I also wish the game had a real wipe system. The opt-in sounds nice on paper, but the game is never more fun than when everyone is starting from 0, in my opinion. I disagree, because, like, I hard disagree for this game. For Marathon, I would say yes. For a game like Marathon, 100% you're correct. But at its core, PvP is a side thing for this game. Like, it's a thing that is there, and you can engage in it, and you should engage in it sometimes, but the core of the game is more like mob partying with people to take down, like, a raid boss. The core of the game is more closely related to me to World of Warcraft. The core of the game, to me, like the peak fun of the game is kitting up, joining other players, and taking down a raid boss. Where PvP plays in, you know how in World of Warcraft you can roll for stuff? I don't even mean from a PvP perspective, but I got a lot more people want to take on these boss mobs if they don't have shit to their name yet. But again, that problem gets solved if you have exotics and you actually have, like, you know, a cycle of new gear being added. I think new stuff being added is more the solution. I actually don't think there should be any resets at all. I think the way they've handled resets and the like incentive for resetting, clearly this is not a game that actually needs resetting. They've only done this because it's what the other or what the other extraction shooters do. It's part of the extraction shooter genre, so they're just doing it. But they've accidentally made kind of their own version of an extraction shooter that I think they need to lean into more, because it's what people actually like about the game. Nobody I know that's playing this game actually wipes. There's no incentive to do it. There's no incentive to do it. There's nothing fun you get out of wiping. You lose fun by wiping. And people right now, like, the gameplay loop is exciting enough that when I was playing, even though everyone I was playing with was kitted out of their minds, they're fighting the raid bosses just because fighting the raid bosses is fun. There wasn't even that much of a loot incentive. I was giving away my loot from the raid bosses away to other people most of the time. The loot was, but it would be even better if there was loot, and then you actually give a reason for the PvP to kind of exist, because in this scenario, if you actually have, like, you know, exotic loot that's being dropped by the bosses, and the bosses are dropping much more exotic loot, now you have a reason to scum other players at the bosses, and fight over the actual loot drops, because it would be comparable to like when people roll for items in World of Warcraft. I know there's drama that happens when people roll for items because they want them but not need them. If you could think of if you could have, like, the way PvP operates be more like a violent version of rolling for loot in World of Warcraft raids, I'm just saying, I think people would, one, engage with that more, and two, have high and low moments from it more. Which those highs and lows are what you're looking for in the extraction shooter genre. And I know in, like, World of Warcraft, if you wipe on a raid, you don't lose everything outside of hardcore worlds. But you still lose some stuff. Like, you still, there's still high-end consumables that you had to grind to get. And if you use them in that raid and then fail that raid, you're still out the time that you took to grind for those high-end consumables. So, I'm just saying, don't think about Arc Raiders as an extraction shooter at all. Because I actually don't think it is really an extraction shooter. I think it's an extraction shooter in name only. Because it doesn't share the core... It doesn't share the core incentive mechanics of what are genre, like, defining extraction shooters. I think the game is actually World of Warcraft. I think it's literally closer to World of Warcraft in a way. It's like sitting in between an extraction shooter and World of Warcraft. To keep with the WoW comparison, my favorite time to play WoW is when there's a fresh server. I don't engage with the PvP, but it makes the world feel more alive when folks are forced to go out there and get the stuff they want. True. But that's why I think you just need, like, people will engage with, I would say, comparatively on that same thing, that same energy happens when there's a new expansion in WoW, too. So, I would say, add servers. I've been saying this from the very beginning. Add servers. Yeah, mostly, yeah. Add servers to the game so people can, without losing their character on one server, play a new character in a new server. And then 2, they don't have to be crazy regular, but have large updates like this one. Like, this was a large update that added a lot more enemies and added new stuff and a new map. Seasons like Diablo or Path of Exile. That's another solution. A season. Yes, you could have... I'm just saying the wipe system, I agree, doesn't work. But I also don't think it should be mandatory. Because this game isn't about starting from 0 and getting to X point. It's about going up forever, like in a World of Warcraft. Like, there is an end point, but that end point keeps getting farther away as the game is out. So I think the solution is, yeah, have like seasons or servers, and you have separate characters per server that you're playing on, and have scheduled regular expansions that could be tied to a season. They could be just like twice per year. The endpoint getting too far out of hand is why I don't play retail WoW and just the classic version. Well, yes, but I would also say the endpoint in a game like this gets a benefit that WoW doesn't, because WoW's endpoint is level based. In this, you know, you can skip forward a lot. You don't have to grind up to a certain point to get to a certain point. Your progression is not linear in a game like this. In WoW, your progression is linear to a degree. You might be able to, like, EXP farm or something to, like, maybe, like, skip over something. But for the most part, your progression in a game like WoW is linear. Your progression in a game like Arc Raiders is not linear. And that's part of what's exciting. Modern WoW's real endpoint is more loot-based. Getting max level is really when the game starts in retail. Well, that's why I mean, like, in this you don't have that barrier. You just start with the loot shit right away. And the loot shit is, like, the endpoint might have, like, a little bit of forward progression, but then at a certain point, it plateaus out and starts having horizontal progression. Because like at a certain point, it doesn't matter how it doesn't matter, like you're not necessarily moving, like there's a certain point where you stop moving forward and you start moving out. And that's what I mean by like you start you know, coming up with builds, you start coming up with strategies, you start coming up with exotic combos, and the new seasons would be more about like you could add new equipment, and you should add new equipment with the new expansions or seasons, but you should mostly be adding and balancing the roster of exotics. Like maybe like in when a new season starts or something, or new expansion, maybe you delete, like you just straight up delete, or you just nerf exotics that are out of hand. Yeah, I get what you mean by linear / dynamic progression. Yeah, like that's an advantage this game has over WoW, because like there is a mathematical best in slot setup in WoW for a build. Like there is a mathematical best in slot setup. There is a correct endpoint. Like that's just true. There is a correct endpoint in WoW. Ideally, in a game like Arc Raiders, there is not a correct endpoint. There are just more options. And more options. And your endpoint is only limited by your luck and your creativity. Ideally. And I just think that's the glorious, perfect reality future for Ark that I started envisioning as I was having the most fun with the game. Especially seeing that they have small hints of it. Like, one of the coolest things is actually their augments. Like, their their loadout augments. Because, like, I had this loadout augment that gave me a like, an on cooldown, unlimited use, heavy shield charger. And, as a passive, made it so I could reload while sprinting. Now, that's a really tiny boost. That's a really tiny bonus. But it's fucking cool. And it actually changes the way you can play. It changes the way you approach situations. I can, with a little less fear, run up with a shotgun and blast something because I know I have a guaranteed shield, like heal. I have a guaranteed heal to use after I run up and blast something. And I know I can run at it, shoot, and reload while I'm running at it. Like, I could be running at something, like, and shooting. I think a season system allows them to make more sweeping changes to meta progression systems, see what works without pissing everybody off. I agree. Like, there's a lot of... I think in that, there's honestly, like... There's probably systems versions that I think I would prefer, but I think there's a lot of correct options, and the truth is they're using one of the least optimal methods right now, and there's a lot more they could be doing that would feel better. There's a lot of options, and if they chose any of them, I might go, I would have preferred this, but this improves the game greatly, so I'm not going to complain. I just, like, this is wild to me. I really do think the three things this game really needs is, number one, exotics. If they changed nothing else and added an exotic system for weapons and for shields and like, fuck it, add exotics to everything. like Borderlands does. Like, fucking make it so you can pick up a grenade. It's a single-use grenade, but throw an exotic on that. Do it. Just like, fucking... how cool would it be to find a wolf pack that's also like an EMP? Like, it's a fucking EMP wolf pack. Or even weird things. Like, what if you found a fucking, fire grenade that's also a smoke grenade? Like, it's a 2-in-1. So it's like the fire's letting off thick black smoke. There's so many things. Like, there's just so many things that would go into the game that would make everything exciting. Everything exciting if there was an exotic system. So number one is it needs an exotic system. If nothing else happened, it needs an exotic system. Number two, it definitely needs either seasons that are paired with expansions, or it needs servers plus expansions. Like, regularly timed expansions, like every 6 months or something. They don't have to be crazy often. You can get a lot of mileage out of this game. And then number three is there needs to be a total overhaul of how durability, repair, and blueprints work. Those are in order the three things I want. The most important things. Now, if I was going to add a 4 and 5, these would be just like sparkles. It would be, for God's sake, add customization interchangeability. For God's sake, let us use the different parts from different armors and like play dress up. Playing dress up goes so hard in every game. No one has ever been mad about the ability to play dress up in video games. No one. It is always a positive bonus. Let us play dress up. Plus, your extra monetization is entirely done through the cosmetic system. Do you know how much more incentivized players are to buy your cosmetics if it's not just a single new outfit, but now a new repertoire of outfit components for your drip library? You want to make money, right? You like money, don't you? Right, Embark? You like money. And the last one, clans. I just think it would be fun. Clans. It might encourage a little more PvP. It doesn't have to have any, like, almost any mechanics. Just allow people to be in clans. It's already, you already basically made the like, accidentally made, like, the fucking, homunculus child of an MMO, like an MMO RPG and an extraction shooter. So, like, just clans. Add clans. But those last two, those are only extras. You don't need to add them unless you've done everything else, but they'd make people happy. That's just fun little sparkle shit that makes people happy. Yeah, I do think Embark is leaving a lot on the table, not leaning more into MMO-style social systems. Yeah. People want clans. People were like, basically, you know, unofficially doing it with, like, Burnt Peanut, you know? The Bungulators, everyone was wearing that one fucking armor in the beginning. And everyone was in the Bungulator clan. Like, people want that shit. And then, like, another thing, if you have the customizations, like, allow like a clan banner, and allow that you to, like, basically spray paint that clan banner somewhere on your outfit. Like, just plaster your clan banner somewhere on your outfit. They don't even have to be, like, giga customizable. It could basically be how, like, you know how you made symbols in the Halo games, like, that were on your Poldrion in, like, Halo, and it was always just, like, 4 things layered on top. Like, you could combo any 4 things together, layered on top of each other, and then, you know, color them each independently. It could just literally be that style of system, so there's, like, a kind of a limited number of, like, icons, and that way people aren't doing something weird like fucking making swastikas or fucking KKK clan symbols. So you have some control over what's happening with the clan symbols. But yeah, just allow clans, and then, like, yeah, maybe have, like, a clan clubhouse that you know, your clan members can hang out in the like overworld, and people can contribute to the, like, resources to the clan clubhouse to earn, like, you know, in clan ranks or something that also pimp out your clan clubhouse. This would be, again, entirely cosmetic, and would be kind of a side thing that doesn't reset progress. It's not a total reset, but it is a resource dump, which incentivizes players to farm certain resources. And the cosmetics you could unlock for your clan clubhouses could be tied to the seasons. So you have, like, limited periods of time to unlock certain clan clubhouse cosmetics. There's just, like you said, there's a lot to be left on the table by not leaning into this stuff. And there's, like, no reason not to. The game can only improve, in my opinion, by doing that stuff. And again, that's all just extras. Like, people would have more fun if you included stuff like that in the game, whether you did any of the other stuff that more meaningfully makes the game better. You would make a lot of people happy by just doing that. That's also a good idea. Maybe a clan vault with pooled resources with limited withdrawals. That's also a really good idea. And the vault could literally be a physical thing inside a clubhouse, and you could have different cosmetics for your vault. You could do so much stuff. Yeah, you could do so much stuff. Not just a pooled thing for your clan. And maybe, like, you know, you earn clan credit, which allows you to pool from that vault. There's a lot of options. Or you earn clan credit, and maybe there's a clan store. And that's how you get the cosmetics for your... I mean, that's kind of just an extra step, actually, for just contributing resources directly. But they already, like, kind of half-assed do this, where you just get rewarded some basic axe stuff. Like, during Christmas, we were all collecting the candleberries, right? And the only thing we got for turning in those mountains of candleberries was, you know, items that we could already get normally. Who cares? What if, though, you were turning in those candleberries and you got a bunch of Christmas-themed decorations for your clan vault? The options are literally endless. The options are actually, like, endless. And there's basically no bad ideas with this. There's only better versions of implementation. There's basically no bad ideas, just better versions of implementation. That too. You could have clan-exclusive cosmetics. Here's another another thing that might be kind of fun. What if your clan clubhouse had a petting zoo in it? Where you could go look at everyone's roosters, and maybe, you know, you could also be adding cosmetics that allow different animals and different skins for your rooster. Exactly. There's just so many options. Like, the fucking game basically has unlimited potential, and just, I feel like, dropped it.
Already, there's going to be a drip feed of content for at least a year. Then they can't take that embarrassment. They'll take the loss leader. They'll do that rather than shut it down. Because, I mean, they shut down Concord with 700 players. This is at least having between, you know, 5,000 and 10, 15,000 players playing. But this is very bad news, because I don't think in the immediate vicinity that Bungie is going to be able to turn this around. So when they say, let's go back to what they were saying on Sony, looking ahead to fiscal year 2026, believes those impairment losses for Bungie will be absent, or at least way less than the 565 from this year. So I'll give you that. There's no way it's going to be absent. You're going to continue to have impairment losses in fiscal year 2026. It's not going to automatically, the trend is not changing instantly. So they're going to lose some more. I think they'll probably lose. I mean, it really depends. If Bungie makes an announcement that they're working on something else, that might help the company's evaluation or something. But I'm thinking at least another 250 million in impairment losses. So ultimately, by the end, I think that they're going to be, instead of this 760.
My buds and I stopped playing Marathon for now because we hit a late game wall where every firefight was against folks who were better than us. I kind of hit the thing where, like, fighting people, like, the gunplay is good, but to be honest, the gunplay is good, but it kind of made me just wish I was playing Halo. Like, it kind of made me just wish it was a Halo game. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of made me just wish I didn't I could just be loading into a matchmaking game and playing some kind of, like, objective-based match with teams of players with the... Like, it kind of made me wish I was just playing a hero shooter. Like, I kind of think Marathon would actually be, like, better as a hero shooter. Slash, like a hero shooter plus Halo. Like, it kind of made it, each time I was playing, I was kind of like, wow, this game would be really cool if it had like Capture the Flag or King of the Hill. That's what I kept thinking. Because it's like, okay, the most fun part of the game is fighting people. I'm not actually having fun doing anything else other than fighting people. We still play Hunt Showdown, which has MMR to balance the lobbies a lot better. For me, it really was just that it kind of felt like I was getting a little too goblin-brained, where I didn't want to participate in anything that wasn't fighting people. So then, like, the only loot progression I was making was by taking people who were taking the time to get loot. And it's like, that kind of got boring, is more my problem. It wasn't even about, like, I had no problem with, like, either getting owned or not getting owned. Because, like, you can always get the drop on people and own people that are way better than you, that are way better kitted out. But it did just, like, after a while of doing that, I was just like, the fighting endgame loot progression is mostly key-based. I also don't like that. Aside from looting bodies. Yeah, it's just because, like, I wasn't having fun doing any of the looting. The looting's just not really fun. So I was just like, I don't care what I have. I didn't even have the intention to, like, I was just like, okay, these are all just means to fight people. And it's like, I don't really want to pay attention to the loot that I have. I'm just like, okay, I have a shotgun, cool, I'm gonna shoot people with a shotgun. Oh, I have a rifle, okay, I'm gonna shoot people with a rifle. And it just ended up being like, oh, I have to, like, read my shotgun. It would be like if I had to read a paragraph of optimization data before I used the shotgun when I picked it up in Halo. And it's just like, Marathon's gameplay loop or like combat gameplay is so good. It's so tight. It's so clean. Right? If only Halo was a good place. So, like, to be honest, I just kind of wish Marathon wasn't an extraction shooter and it was just their new version of Halo. Like, I wish it was Bungie's new Halo. And I think genuinely, if they just added a multiplayer mode to the game that was just like death matches and capture the flags and King of the Hills. You can't tell me with how clean the gameplay is in the game that, like, that wouldn't slap. Wouldn't that slap? Plus, with, like, how they took the time for, like, environment traversal, the game, to me, like, oh my god, the peak of the game would be, like, you remember big team battles from Halo Reach? Could you imagine? It would no doubt be more popular. It would also fucking slap. Because it's just so, like, the graphics are great. I think the game looks so good. I think, like, the peak of the game to me would be if you could have big team battle, like a big team battle type thing, where it was like, I don't know, 6v6 or something, or maybe 8v8, something like that, and you had, like, you know, 2 large bases with a wilderness area in between and maybe some sparse buildings or something, and the 2 bases on either ends are nice, complex, like, multi-layered structures that have some kind of objective to take down in each other's base. Whether that be like, you know, a capture the flag or like I don't know, a fucking like objective destruction thing, or who knows? Like, there's a lot of things, but if there's just, oh my god, it would be so tight. It would be so fucking tight. It's just the only thing I want to do when I play Marathon is fight people, and there's so many steps I have to take to fight people. And then, when I fail a fight, there's like a lot of downtime between when I get to start up again and have another fight. They hit something special with the combat in Marathon. I think undoubtedly they hit something special with the combat in Marathon. But you don't get to do enough of it. You just don't. You don't get to do enough of it. And on the other end, they did not hit something special with the itemization in the game. The itemizationing, like doing your item loadouts, is a chore. It's a chore. I don't want to do it. I don't have fun doing it. I have to like hover over a bunch of icons that look exactly the same and go, okay, what does this one do? Okay, what does this one do? Okay, what does this one do? And then go, alright, how do I want to like optimize a specific part of my build? Not fun. It's not fun. That part is not fun. The combat, oh my god, it touches me. It touches me in places.
5, we're gonna get to the billion. We're gonna get to $1 billion in impairment losses for Sony because of their boneheaded move at evaluating Bungie at $3.6 billion, and they put out Marathon. But I'm gonna be honest with you, even if Marathon came out with a single player story and they did it the way that we wanted them to do it, do you think it would have been as successful as Destiny and Destiny 2?
I don't even think, I don't care if they have a single player story. Exactly. Marathon stats and using them optimally feels esoteric in a way that doesn't feel rewarding. It doesn't. I just go, I don't care. I just want to shoot people. That's what I find myself thinking every time I'm fucking like messing with the stuff. I'm just like, what? I don't fucking care. I don't care. Just give me a gun and let me shoot people. Please. I don't want to shoot people. My goopy goblin brain doesn't want to look at your spreadsheet. That too. They use like weird, like I guess it's in setting, like might make sense, but it's unclear what half the stuff even means. Or what it does. Yeah, you're 100% right.
That's hard to say. Maybe, maybe not. I'm thinking if they use the art style, this wacky art style, maybe not. But, what I'm saying is, in any instance, they made this mistake a long time ago with the evaluation of Bungie, regardless of Marathon's relative failure and flop. So it was already going to be millions and millions and millions of dollars, $500,000 or more, that they fucked up with. So, you done fucked it up. We got it officially now. Here it is. Here's everything. You can look at it yourself. The losses, operating income. Oh, well, they're doing the music, pictures. They're selling pictures.
Mm-hmm.
NFTs, no.
Morbius.
Yeah.
Morbius pictures.
So check it out for yourself, guys.
When we get the full numbers based on like the first full quarter of Marathon coming out, I think it's gonna be, that's when things are actually. This was a big first step for them, but if they only made $55 million on a $250 million game, then I think Sony's gonna be changing what they say.
$250 million to make. That's the budget for Marathon, which shocked us.
Yeah.
And there's no way they made that much.
55. They made 55 million.
$250 million to make Marathon? Fucking yikes, actually. Okay, the game looks good, and it sounds incredible. But can we honestly say there's $250 million of like, content in Marathon? They are expensive as fuck, but you made a game that has no campaign, which means like no major, like you're there's so much, like I've making a campaign is basically making a movie. So when you have a campaign made in a game and your cost was really high, I go, okay, fine. You basically made a movie. But like you literally don't have that. So like I can at least understand I'm not saying I care about a campaign, would have necessarily cared about a campaign in a game like this. Because here's the thing, like, for their time, were they good? Yeah, the Halo campaigns were good for their time. But I kind of think they've aged like ass. Most of video game budgets go to labor cost, and their HQ's out of Seattle, which is expensive as fuck. Yeah. I'm trying to think about, like, how many full-time, like, salaries for how many years. Because what was Marathon worked on for, like, 5-6 years? So you've got, like, 5 or 6 years worth of salaries to pay for, I mean, if you were going to say, like, good pay for everyone, and, like, let's say your average person made, like, $150,000 a year. Then, you know, like, every 10 people is 1.5 million per year. Which over, like, yeah, over, like, 5 or 6 years would have been, like, 7.5 million per 10 people in labor costs. $1 million human hours. So yeah, like, assume what do you work at, like, what is a full-time like average per year? Something like 8,000 hours or something. Assuming 5 days a week, that's like 260 days times 40 hours. So 10,000 hours per person. So that's only 100,000 hours basically per 10 employees. So it would take it would take 10 or so, it would take at least on that or on that kind of math, it would take at least 20, at minimum 20 employees working for 5 years full time with 0 vacation. With like the only vacation you get is weekends. No vacation outside of that. You're working Christmas. You're working Thanksgiving. You're no holidays. No vacation. 300 to 400. Okay, so if it was like we just break it in the middle and say 350. That mean, well, okay, that probably means there was a lot of bloat then. Because you get 3 million, you get 4 million work hours in 1 year. Bungie employs roughly 1,000 people. Yeah, this feels like AAA bloat then. There was a great video I saw on this a while ago. Let me fucking find that shit. Only 2,080? Oh, I guess I punched that in my calculator wrong. I got fucking 10,000 somehow. Yeah, I don't know how. I fucked that up. I must have hit a wrong number on my calculator. Okay, yeah, you're right. So my math was wrong because, yeah, then that would be, yeah, 2,080 times, like, 350 would be 700,000, let's just call it 30,000 hours per year, which would mean it would take, like, roughly 5 years, or, yeah, 4.5 years to hit that 3 million. Okay, that makes more sense, but that still seems like it's probably like an immense amount of big budget bloat. Like fucking I need to find this video. I'm subscribed to too many people. Well, God damn it. I know I'm subscribed to them. Where the fuck are they? Oh, here we are. Second window. I couldn't remember the name of the channel. Well, no, that's not what I mean. There's corporate bloat that happens that slows things down a lot. And you know, Second Wind is, if you've ever watched Yahtzee, they had like a thing and they started their own channel. He had this really good interview. Yes, this is it. That I think illustrates the problem of AAA bloat a lot. Yeah.
One of the questions I'm frequently asked, as an indie game developer who also reviews AAA games, is what I would create if I was given a AAA budget and development team. Well, the first thing I'd create is a new high-interest savings account, into which I would put all of the AAA budget, then I would fire the development team, and go back to making solo indie games. There was a time when the thought of making AAA games held a certain appeal, but I've come to realize that indie game dev is where I want to be, because I find it creatively fulfilling, in a way I doubt I would find working as part of a 100-person dev team, even if I was in creative control. What I love about game dev is the process of having an idea and bringing it to life in front of me like a mad god. And that's easy to do in an indie game. Plonk together a sprite, stick it in Game Maker, add some code, run the build, voila, an indistinct blobby thing that goes up and down when you press buttons. I found myself wondering the other day precisely how that works in the AAA realm of today. Just the fundamental process of coming up with an idea and seeing it realized. Now, I've only...
This is a great question, because this is what I mean by, like, this is what drives the expense cost of making everything more expensive by driving unnecessary labor hours that also drain the employees, which actually makes their work less good.
Ever worked on the fringes of AAA, some contract work here and there. I punched up some dialogue for Watch Dogs Legion, but apparently my contribution wasn't enough to justify putting my name in the credits, and believe me, I bloody well checked. So needing the perspective of a AAA professional to satisfy my curiosity, I hit up Tina from DevHeads, who has been all the way...
In my opinion, the future of gaming is indie. In 10 years, AAA is going to look very different. It already is. Like, did you see Steam's indie sales rate last year? Last year, indie games hit an all-time high, making up 1/4 of all game sales on Steam. 25% of the entire, like, sales on Steam were indie. Look at Slay the Spire numbers compared to the latest AAA release. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, the people putting money into AAA games are going to go, why would we put $250 million into a game if we can just give 10 guys $1 million and then they can make $100 million out of it? Why risk all this money when we don't need to?
Up in the AAA weeds in her time, and I asked her the following question. If a high-level designer on a AAA project decided on a whim that a certain
100%.
NPC in one part of the game needed to be, say, eating a bag of chips, what would be the process of making that happen, and how many people would be involved? And Tina's reply was very detailed, very helpful, and quite enlightening. The first thing that would need to happen, as is so often the case in the corporate world, is a meeting. The designer's producer will schedule a meeting in which the designer can explain what they want done and when they want it done by. That meeting will include other department producers and possibly some art, tech, and animation guys. The way Tina explained it, this meeting will go down one of two ways, depending on how high level a designer we're talking about. If it's more a design by committee situation, then everyone will try to talk them into scaling the idea down as much as possible. We probably don't need full deformation physics on the bag of chips or animate the chips going into the mouth. Could we just have them hold the chips in front of them and play a crunching sound? Does it have to be chips, come to that? Could they be sipping from a can of drink? That'd be easy. Or maybe they could just be staring into space, dreaming of eating a bag of chips. That'd be even easier. Yes, I think we can all agree that's the best way forward. And so creative vision is once again murdered by a very earnest and civilized death of 1,000 cuts. Alternatively, if the designer has some weight to throw around, leadership may just go, all the bells and whistles fully animated exactly as described, surely it can't be that hard, get on it, chop chop. And all the art and tech guys nod and smile and go off feeling slightly nauseous. Let's assume it's the latter scenario. Assuming the game doesn't yet contain a bag of chips asset, the first job that needs doing is a piece of 2D concept art. Yet another producer will commission either an in-house or outsourced artist, and they'll draw up a nice picture of a bag of chips, complete with logo and package information. That will need a rubber stamp from whoever's in charge of keeping the game's visual style consistent, and then another rubber stamp from the legal department, when they've ascertained it doesn't too closely resemble an existing brand. That's best case scenario. Alternatively, somebody might say, hey, why don't we try to sell this as product placement to an actual brand? In which case, this is going to add another boatload of people to the email chain, including the brand stakeholders' own legal and marketing teams, who will want to make sure the bag is being depicted in accordance with their style guide, and that the NPC eating the chips isn't a serial killer or something. And then, what if we wanted to sell the game in regions where this particular brand of chips isn't available? Now we need the global localization and legal teams on board to get a different brand deal for every part of the world. So once that's sorted out, we can finally get the art team to make a 3D bag of chips prop with some backing and forthing over how close the player's going to get to this thing, and therefore how high quality the texture needs to be. Then the 3D asset gets okayed by someone at tech before getting shunted along the conveyor belt to the animation team. Now hopefully the bag itself doesn't need to animate much, but the NPC eating the chips certainly does, and for that we're going to have to mocap. But assuming the studio already has a mocap studio set up, this might be relatively easy, certainly more so than animating by hand.
This is already getting out of hand. You can see, like, this is already ridiculous. Like, if you were in an indie game and you wanted someone to eat a bag of chips, you just fucking do it. This is what I meant by AAA bloat. This happens all the time. I feel like once you think about that this is happening all the time, you can start seeing where it happened in games. By feeling where too much AAA bloat happened, and anytime this happens, it makes other parts of the fucking game worse. It's also worth noting a huge majority of game time on PC is playing older titles. PC gamers spend 92% of their time on older games. Oh, and there are apparently 908 million of us now. Ben Porter, Director of Consulting and Video Marketing Intelligence, Newzoo, Cheese Talk, this week, blah, 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 resulting in extraordinary games from Newzoo. PC market growing, state rate, which is... it's a sample, so it could be disproportionate, but it's probably still pretty close to the true number. Okay, looking at this... Looking at this breakdown, I think this is unfair. To like, extrapolate that people are mostly playing older games by looking at this. Because, with the exception of Counter-Strike, every one of these games is a constantly updating game. Like, they're not the same game, is what I mean. Like, I'm not booting up Fallout. Like, if Fallout it's playing League of Legends, even though I've been playing it since 2012, is not the same as booting up Fallout New Vegas. It's just not the same. That's true. Yeah, that's true. And what they don't understand is how hard this space is to jump into. Like, League of Legends, or Fortnite is the newest one of these that came out and, like, fucking took over the live service world. But, like, you have to be monumentally successful to even scratch the attention sphere of live service. Because to do it, you basically have to be dethroning or creating you have to be creating like a new level of accessibility to an existing live service genre game. Like, League of Legends is so successful because it's just better, more accessible Dota 2. And Dota 2 was a good game. And League of Legends is just better Dota 2. Dota 2 players will be mad at me that I said that, but I don't know, get fucked. League of Legends has been way more popular than Dota 2 since, like, 2014, and it's just a better game. It's just a better game. I'm sorry, get fucked. And Dota 2 is just better Dota 1. Yeah. It's a brief aside, if you're wondering what Publishers is making live service games and why so many of them fail. Yeah, they're even saying it. Let's get it right. Live service game is a golden goose, a forever money machine. Why do new ones fall flat? Because by and large, the audience already likes what it likes. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what you have to basically either come in and you have to David Goliath and like punch the Goliath down and then eat his corpse and become the new Goliath, or you have to make a brand new genre. And you know what? With that consideration, we can actually, in the world of big new indie titles, Mina the Hollower got a release day for the end of this month. It's from the team who made Shovel Knight a while back. I definitely heard that title, Mina the Hollower. I might have it Steam wishlisted, actually. But I was going to say, you know what? With that note of saying, like, live service games are a golden goose, and everyone wants one, but it's basically impossible to make one unless you either dethrone an existing juggernaut by doing what they do better, or by making a new genre of live service game, basically. It makes sense that Marathon was made the way it was. Because I bet Marathon's almost begrudgingly the way it is, because let's be real, extraction shooters are clearly like an industry push for trying to popularize a genre that was very niche. And what is the ultimate version of popularizing something? Making a live service version of something. Because what was Fortnite? Fortnite is just the live service version of Battle Royale. There were a bunch of other Battle Royales already on the market, and Fortnite was just the first one to successfully make a live service version of a Battle Royale. So it kind of is a side. I mean, not literally, but it's you know what I mean. It's an industry plant thing. I mean, obviously, these things are AAA games being created by industries. But extraction shooters have been slowly building up Steam over the last, 6 years. The same thing happened before Fortnite exploded on the scene. What was the Battle Royale that everyone was playing for, 3 years before Fortnite even existed? PUBG. PUBG was the Battle Royale game. It was the Battle Royale game. But it wasn't approachable, it wasn't pretty, and it didn't have a good live service model. So Fortnite came along and basically cornered the market on that shit by being an actual, and Arma 3, Daisy 2 for that. Yeah, exactly. Those existed even before PUBG. DayZ is actually probably a bit of a... DayZ is a great example. Too. Yeah, this always happens when AAA, or when, there's this push to make a AAA live service game. It's never done on a genre out of the blue. It's always because there's a natural, organic growth of a genre. And then, some executives go, wait, there's no live service version of this game yet. We could be them! We could be them and have the golden goose! Ah! And then they rush to do it. Ark broke the door open for making extraction shooters mainstream. It's just bad at being live service. It's very bad at being live service. So I think in a way that's why Marathon, you know, when Ark was so successful, Marathon paused a little bit, stepped back, and delayed their release. But obviously Marathon failed. And this is right now, you know, Ark's genre to lose for the live service. This is Ark's genre to lose. I think the doors are still wide open for there to be an extraction shooter that is a live service game done well. But, like, Marathon's definitely not fucking it. It's just as bad at being a live service game as Ark Raiders is. It's just as bad. So, yeah. It makes sense that we're seeing a push on what was a growing popularity of a genre into the live service format, because we see this with every genre. Bungie knows how to be live service. Maybe Sony just needs to buy Embark and have Bungie work on Ark. Well, that's actually what's confusing too. Because the live service shit in Marathon's not good. But the live service for Destiny was good. Destiny had really good live service. So yeah, you're right. Bungie knows how to do live service. So it raises the question yet again, why is Marathon so bad at it? And I think the obvious, like, multi-polarity answer here is, I bet you Marathon wasn't supposed to be the game that it is. I bet you it was supposed to be a different game. 2, I bet you Sony did too much micromanaging. And that's kind of also wrapped up in AAA bloat. Bungie, probably, even though they're big, has somewhat of a streamlined workflow to minimize bloat, even though they are definitely AAA. I bet you Sony got their fingers in that shit. I bet you Sony really fucked up that workflow and really contributed to the AAA bloat. And I say this because I think Sony does it to every publisher. Or, I mean, as a publisher, they do it to every developer they work with. I'm just saying, I bet you they do. Because, Sony fucked Helldivers up, too. Granted, the developers for Helldivers also don't know what the fuck they're doing, but Sony definitely fucked it up. I think they wanted it to be live service extraction shooter from the conception. I just think Sony and Bungie expected Ark numbers and not what they got. If that's true, though, that means, like, there had to be incredible, like, outcome differences between Sony and Marathon. Or, I mean, Sony and Bungie. Because, like, if we look at the live service that is offered by Destiny, and we look at the live service that is offered by by Marathon, they're not even comparable. Marathon does such a worse job. Marathon's cosmetics, dog shit. And if their cosmetics are dog shit, what are you live servicing? Are you going to make us pay for maps? No one will do that. Are you kidding me? Maybe not no one, but like... I feel like Destiny had an expansion. I feel like let's look this up. When did So Destiny, I guess I'm looking at Destiny 2 for this, but Destiny 2 came out in September 6, 2017. They had their first, like, expansion in December. They had their first paid expansion just 2 months after the game came out. And then another one months after that. Like, they were knocking down 3 paid expansions per like, or they were knocking down expansions left and right. Not to mention microtransactions. They also had microtransactions. So I don't know. It kind of makes me think they were better at it in those games. Kind of makes me think they were better at it in those games. They had more of an idea of how they were going to monetize, what they were going to monetize. It just feels like for Marathon, monetization feels like it was maybe like, unfortunately, I don't know, someone fucked the pooch on this. Because the monetization in the game is dog water. And I just feel like they hit the ground running in Destiny. They hit the ground fucking running. And if they hit the ground fucking running in Destiny, what's their excuse? Did literally no one from Destiny work on this game? Did no one consult on it? I don't know if middling reviews matter much because they still got money. They still hit the ground running with money. And they also had microtransactions in the game from the very beginning. I feel like those microtransactions were more tied into gameplay of the game, not just cosmetics. And then they also had way more badass cosmetics. Like, the cosmetic... I'm just saying, like, for you to release your live service game and the only thing in your live service game to make you additional money after purchase right away is cosmetics, and then you have the cosmetics that you have that are recolors. They're just recolors. I think you fucked up as a live service. And that seems like rookie behavior. That feels like a rookie mistake. If you already successfully had good cosmetic sales in a different game. You know what sells for cosmetics. Recolors do not sell. I want to show you. You know they went in and revamped all the recolors in League of Legends because they say they're lame. I have Golden Alistair too. This is what Golden Alistair looks like now. Not my Alistair. Yeah, they went through and changed all the recolors to be actually distinct skins, because even Riot Games was like, we're embarrassed to have recolors in our game. I dare say there's probably only 1 or 2 champions that haven't been updated in the game to not have have no recolors anymore. I think it's just Shaco. And Nocturne are the only 2 I can think of that still haven't been updated to not have recolor skins. I think they're the only 2. And maybe you can have an argument that Nocturne skins aren't recolors because they also have unique effects. But it's more just his model is so simple that it's hard for even something that's, like, technically not a recolor.
All you'd have to do is schedule a time to use the mocap stage and make sure all the relevant engineers and cleanup artists are on hand, not to mention the actor. Might as well get some audio guys to record the sound of the actor eating the chips as well, for authenticity's sake. But after all that, it'd be pretty easy to just grab a bag of chips from the cafeteria, glue on some sensors, and away you go. Luckily, I didn't arbitrarily pick an action like playing a violin. Oh, hang on a sec. Maybe we've just realized this NPC hasn't thus far been required to talk or open their mouth. That means before the animation can be applied, they need to go to a character artist to model them up a mouth that can be opened, as well as their tongue, teeth, throat, etc. Then a tech artist needs to wriggle that up with bones, and a texture artist's going to spend some time staring at disquieting close-ups of the inside of somebody's mouth. And we also need a potato chip asset for the character to transfer from the bag to their mouth, so add that to somebody's schedule, and maybe some crumb particles that fly out as they eat, so we're bringing in the FX department as well. So now we've got a big box of assets, the model, the textures, the animations, the FX, the metadata, and the audio, and all of that goes to a designer, so they can finally rig it all up in the build with some appropriate scripting. But we're not done yet. The engineers on the performance team are going to have to take a look and assess how much impact this new addition is making on the memory budget. Once they're satisfied, it then goes to the QA team, who will do everything they can think of to fuck with the eating chips animation and report any bugs or glitches that might occur if, say, the player should happen to be standing on top of the NPC while they're trying to eat, poking them in the ear with a conductor's baton. And that'll about do it. Ready to ship. I asked Tina if she could put a rough number on how many individuals would have to contribute to this process in total, and she said easily 15 on the low end, assuming we're not going with the licensed brand name scenario. She also mentioned that if the NPC eating chips happens to be based on a celebrity, God knows why that would be the case, but hey, maybe it's a Hideo Kojima game, then that number would easily double. As I said, this was all very enlightening, and yet not entirely unexpected. The average dev time for a AAA game has grown to about 3 years, and now we can see why. It all seems so horribly bloated and inefficient, not to mention questionably necessary, considering it's in aid of a detail that a lot of players aren't even going to look at twice, because they're going to move straight onto looking for the highlighted objects in the room they can actually interact with. I know it's a hypothetical that I made up, but you know some process like this had to happen to make the horses go plop-plops in Red Dead Redemption 2. I hasten to add that this isn't necessarily universal. In fact, Tina made sure to tell me that it's not unheard of for designers to go rogue, scrap something together on the down low by themselves and put it in the build without going through the proper channels. This will probably stick out like a sore thumb, create a lot of work for everyone else, and get flagged by QA as a bug. And doesn't that say it all? Individual creative expression isn't a feature, it's a bug. So that's why, speaking as someone who loves making video games and wants to explore them as an art form, I no longer have any interest in working in a AAA environment. Frankly, it all sounds like some kind of ironic hell for people who actually want to express creativity. Not being able to break wind without scheduling a production meeting to agree upon the best way forward for projecting flatus from our rectum really goes to show that you can't fix inefficiencies by throwing more money at them. Bitch, it's the extra money and resources that create the inefficiencies. When you remove all limitations, you remove all incentive to innovate, find clever solutions, streamline. Many hands do not make light work. It's not a fucking pie-eating contest.
Yeah, I just thought that was on the subject of Marathon's budget and how many people worked on it. Given, like, looking at Marathon, no part of it does it feel like 350 people worked on it for multiple years. It just doesn't. And the reason it doesn't is probably because of AAA bloat. That was my long, protracted point, as we got sidetracked by things, as we do. My long, protracted point was simply, yeah. I am very, very tired, and I think we just crossed 4 hours. I had fun faffing about, but I think I'm gonna call that a day, since I guess I didn't say this. I just woke up in the middle of the night and then could not fall back asleep. I laid motionless in bed for 4 hours without sleeping. So, like, I went to bed like 11:30. I woke up like somewhere between 2 and 3 a.m. and then just never fell back asleep. I have no idea why. No idea why. But yeah, I'm probably going to go to bed in like an hour. I'm going to feed my cat. I'm going to feed me. And then I'm probably going to watch 1 or 2 more episodes of that new season of Invincible so that I can at least hate on it while saying I've seen it. When I get to that final episode in the season that's a 9.9, if it doesn't make me fucking come in my pants with how brilliant the episode is, if it doesn't make me go, oh, this is definitely better than every episode of Breaking Bad, I'm going to share my very explicit feelings tomorrow. So, we'll do that. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having a good old react-a-thon with me. I'm so tired. I fuck you not. Saturday stream confirmed. Yes, we're definitely stream. We're probably gonna stream later though. Like it might be like it's gonna be later, but we're gonna stream tomorrow. Fuck. I'm so tired. I fucking kid you not. I don't remember what I did earlier in the stream. I have like brain fog. Like, I don't remember what we did to start the stream. Hot dogs. That's right. We did hot dog. We did Laudle. We beat Gabby on Laudle. We had good Geo get. What did we do after that? I talked about how I made the show. Oh, okay. I showed my Pokemon cards. Talked about Pokemon. How long did I try and fail to get the magic thing downloaded? How long was I doing that? Holy shit. Like 40 minutes? I tried to get the fucking, like, game. I was fucking with the game for no, more than 40 minutes. Because I was still doing it off screen. Oh my god. I did it for like an hour. Dude, I'm gonna fucking cut that. I'm cutting that out of the VOD. I'm definitely cutting that out of the VOD. I can't believe I did that. That's so stupid. I'm such a jackass. I'm such a jackass. Oh, okay, anyway. Good night and sweet dreams, everyone. Hopefully I will have them. I am going to keep taking melatonin until I enter a blissful state of non-existence. Yeah.